Yo, what's up, guys? Welcome to the first Bitcoin All In Summit, guys. We are waiting for the stage to get ready. We have amazing live stream for you guys today. The guys from Arch put together an amazing panel, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's a lot of big names that a lot of people are going to be familiar with that are going to be on stage today, right? First of all, you have the amazing Erin that's going to be up there, but you have the Arch guys. I believe we're going to have some, I think CB Spheres might be showing up as well, but there's going to be an amazing panel. Get ready for some great breakdowns of Bitcoin programmability, because that's what we're going to be talking about and breaking down today.
Yep. It does look like they're ready. Let's send it down the stage here. And it does look like they're having some type of audio issues.
Yeah, and they are working that out right now, guys. So we are getting that fixed for you guys. Looks like there we go. Let's see.
Having a bit of some audio, guys. Can add that in there.
And
there it is.
Give the audience a short introduction about yourself, and also an introduction about your company. Maybe let's start with Jan.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much for having me, guys. Really appreciate it. Arch for hosting this event. It's great. My name is Jan. I'm from Xverse. You probably already know Xverse. We're the #1 Bitcoin wallet. If you don't have it, get it, because you're going to be able to use it with Arch very soon for all the different applications there. And yeah, we're super excited about Bitcoin DeFi. I really personally believe that Bitcoin DeFi is going to be the next catalyst for Bitcoin. And I hope it's coming sooner than we all thought.
Hey guys, Farmer Joe here, accidental founder, I guess, of Pups, which is the #1 Bitcoin meme coin, I like to say, or in the future will be, not at the moment. But yeah, no, just been backing Bitcoin-based teams, Bitcoin-based builders for the better part of the last 2 years. And it's really good to see, the infrastructure stack, both from the wallets, the L2s, smart contract programmability, Bitcoin-based assets, Ordinals, tokens, fungibles, you name it, everything kind of coming to life over the last couple of years. And yeah, just super excited to see what's going to happen over the next year or so.
I have it here, yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Chan An, and I'm the founder at Brotocol. Before I start, maybe I just want to say thank you to Arch for organizing this. It's actually a great event. I love the decorations here. I founded Brotocol about 2 years ago, and we're the connector between the Bitcoin and the rest of the world. What that means is we bring non-Bitcoin liquidity to the Bitcoin users, and we bring non-Bitcoin users to the Bitcoin assets and Bitcoin projects through 3 products: Bro Bridge, Bro Swap, and Bro Pay. And except for the Bro Pay, which will be released in the next few weeks, both Bro Bridge and Bro Swap have been in operation for the last a year or so. So if anyone is thinking Bitcoin DeFi isn't here, it is here already. And if you have a time, I would recommend you should definitely visit our website, protocol.xyz, and then try it out. Thank you.
Hey everybody, I'm Dylan, the co-founder of Bitflow Finance. We are a decentralized exchange that's built on Bitcoin and Stacks and Arch. And yeah, we think Bitcoin's going to be around for the next 100+ years, and we'd like to be the decentralized exchange for the next 100+ years as well.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so I'm going to kick it off with a very simple question to get started with. We can keep this one short, but with DeFi becoming more and more accepted in the Bitcoin ecosystem, I remember 2 years ago when you come to a Bitcoin conference, you rarely see anything related to DeFi, and it's not even like you can't talk about it on stage or loud. in a conference like that, but now like WBTC is one of the main sponsors for the main conference right now. So in Bitcoin DeFi, what is the one use case or functionality that you personally is most excited about? Maybe we started this way this time? Okay.
Yeah, sure. I think it's got to be to get more Bitcoin, right? There is no second best. So the name of the game is just to acquire more and more. And as we see more trading platforms popping up, there become more arbitrage opportunities in different markets where you can trade, do a Bitcoin trade to another asset and then back into Bitcoin, right? To end up with more BTC, or you can be depositing your BTC, or you could be borrowing against it, but or it could be even on liquidity and lending it out on layer one, right? Just to earn more BTC. I think at the end of the day, that's what we all want.
Okay, I think it's important to first define what you mean by Bitcoin DeFi or Bitcoin native DeFi. Now, in my mind, what that means is any activity that makes Bitcoin productive on Bitcoin. So we are strictly talking about L1 activities, if you like. Now, within that, there are things that I'm very bullish about, but practically speaking, the only thing that is going on in substance, I think, and I love runes and so on, but I think that is ordinal space. The ordinals, I think it is gaining attraction, not only continue to gain attraction among the Bitcoin community itself, but also from non-Bitcoin users as well. When I speak to Solana people, I think I was at an event yesterday, and Erin is what do you know about the ordinals? So I think there's a strong interest there, and that's also why we are developing BroPay to be able to allow, for example, Solana users to use USDC or Sol to pay for ordinals, and then creators receiving Bitcoin. So I think that is very important one, or it is the strongest trend. In terms of what I'm most bullish on, I didn't talk about the fungible. I'm a DEX person. What I'm most bullish on is actually arrival of USDT on Bitcoin by Tether. Now, I know Pablo is going to speak tomorrow. Hopefully, he's going to give us some concrete timeline. But then, when we have a USDT on Bitcoin, for the first time in history, you will be able to hold Bitcoin and stable in your Bitcoin wallet. And if you think about what triggered DeFi Summer for the Ethereum, it was a stablecoin, not ETH. And that's what I'm hoping will happen to the Bitcoin ecosystem too.
Yeah, no, much like Chen, I think I have a very similar view that Bitcoin needs to be a productive asset. If we look at Bitcoin on the L1, Bitcoin as an asset, Bitcoin as a store of value, it hasn't been actually connected to any other blockchain. Sure, we had experiments from WBTC, RenBTC, so that was kind of like the generation one Bitcoin wrappers. But I think the way that Bitcoin really wins over the long time and a long duration is that it replaces the need for using stablecoins over a long enough time horizon. I mean, the way that we really get there is that we bring Bitcoin to every single blockchain. Bitcoin on Ethereum being the dominant standard, Bitcoin on Solana, Sui, you name it. And then finally, one of the more exciting things is actually having Bitcoin-based blockchains that inherit the security of Bitcoin. Yeah, but I think one of the more exciting parts is Bitcoin winning on every single chain. Do people actually want to use Sol, Ethereum? I mean, if you look at the price charts and the store value on those currencies, it's nowhere near as strong as Bitcoin. And if we can just use Bitcoin for all of our on-chain Web3 activity in the so-called future of finance, I think we bring a world where we finally have a productive asset that is a store of value, that is a genuine currency that we use both in a digital world and in the real world.
Yeah, all the great points. I actually like all of the things that were mentioned here. At the end of the day, for what we do, we kind of want to curate all of these different use cases and experiences and just provide it in an easy to use way. You just download one app and you have access to all of these things. So I like them all. I think one thing that wasn't really mentioned is just getting yield on your Bitcoin, and there's probably many different ways. I know that Bob is doing it. I know Arch is going to be doing it. And so I'm just super excited for, all these different use cases. Stable coins, if you just want to hold your Bitcoin, but turn it into productive asset, get some yield on it, and then maybe like figure out other ways to leverage it or like, put it into DeFi. I mean, all of these things are needed here because we don't really have them, or at least they're just kind of getting started. So, we just need more of this in general.
Yeah, thank you very much. To summarize, we mentioned yield on Bitcoin. How do you earn more with your Bitcoin? We mentioned
Looks like
Does look like they're having. Yep. Yeah.
technical difficulties. Let's give them a little bit to get that stream back up. But I don't know, man. Like that was pretty cool to see some people that we've only seen behind a PFP, like Farmer Joe, right?
Yeah, that was really weird. It wasn't, looks like we have a special guest. Let's bring him up. What's up, Ongo?
Yo. Can you guys hear me?
We
Yeah,
can
you're
hear
good,
you
man.
perfectly, bro. Live from Viva Las Vegas?
Are we live? Yeah, in Vegas. How's everyone
Yes, you're
doing?
live.
No. Are
Good,
you
man.
in Vegas is my question.
Maybe. I cannot confirm or deny that I'm in Vegas right now.
Gotcha. So how's everything going, man?
All good. Excited seeing all the development, all the things that are happening right now in Vegas. It's a dream come true. I mean, 2 years ago we were trading ordinals in spreadsheets, and now look at us.
Yeah, exactly, right. And you got the Billy.
Yes, sir.
Love it. And I actually got some of those glasses. I'm gonna remind everybody every time I see you from you in the Nashville conference. But I'm seeing a big Billy presence in Vegas. Like how much does it take to really kind of prepare like a big conference like Vegas? Is this like take 2 months to be like, okay, let's coordinate as a community? I know that you're a community leader. You didn't start it, but what does that look like?
I believe we started working on it right after Nashville last year. I mean, this is clearly the biggest event for the Runes community and the Ordinals community, and it's where we want to shine. And so we've been working on it for a few months now, maybe 5 to 6 months. And shout out to the community because it's all because of them. They show up to the events, they produce the glasses, or they do merch. We just outsource everything from the community.
Yeah, that's not an easy thing to do. Like first you have to have people that believe in the fun, the movement, and all that stuff. Because like if you don't have that, then how can you outsource anything, right? And Billy has that. I remember when I first got interested in Billy, when I first realized that it was a Bitcoin B. First of all, that's the thing that clicked in my brain, and I said, "Yeah, there's other way." There you go. There's that Bitcoin B. But once I noticed that, I was just kind of like, this is an IP opportunity like no other. I mean, no other chain has that same IP opportunity. So for me, I was just like, dude, I got to be a part of this, and I did. I got my bag. But then I started seeing the community come out, like the 3D glasses printing, the T-shirts, the hats, all this stuff. So it seems like there's a lot of believers in this community. But like, what do you feel like is like the next growth step? I know that you guys aren't founders and all this stuff, but like for a regular meme community, what would be the next step for the Billy community to see growth?
I think we're just waiting for Runes to help us a little bit, or Arch, or whatever. We just need a little help here. We need liquidity pools. We need the user experience to be better. We have great memes. We have great community. We have everything we need to win. And we are on Bitcoin, which is a huge plus. But we do need that infrastructure that is of trading, and I think we're getting there. And I think Arch is a good bet if that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, man, 100%. It does look like the feed is back, so we should run back to it.
Yeah, let's go back to it, and then we'll keep
Is it
Bongo
gonna
with us
be
to get
the
some
best for
commentary.
everything? Probably not, but they're definitely going to find some sort of product market fit. And, we're going to move from there, and maybe we're going to use Bob for something else, right? So I really think that just like trying different things is the right way to go, because we're
is maybe not as low as people think. If you just look at Bitcoin's performance, sometimes on a monthly basis, you're already earning 2 or 3%. Sometimes in a day, you're earning 10%. And that's not necessarily a surprise to those who have been around for a long time. Bitcoin has a lot of volatility. But if you look at other assets like Ethereum and Solana, on a year-to-year time horizon, and based on the fact that they had investors, there is selling pressure and so forth. So tokens don't necessarily perform as well. So for those tokens, everyone wants to be earning yield in excess of XYZ. But Bitcoiners know, and historically since 2009, that not your keys, not your Bitcoin. And so it's really difficult to try and convince maxis, OGs, large Bitcoin holders that they can earn 2 or 3% on their Bitcoin. I think in most cases they're just like, well, I'm not willing to sacrifice my Bitcoin to be earning 2 or 3%. Granted, there's a lot of people that I would think that started in Web3 post 2021, which are much more in tune with smart contract risk, staking, bridging, etc. And those are the people that I think are going to be doing things with their Bitcoin. Maybe not the ones that are just storing and holding it. But with that being said, like everything has trade-offs. We're experimenting. We're pushing the boundaries of like what's possible. Arch with the Frost and Roast multi-sig solution. Bob with BitVM2 and the BitVM2 Alliance. And other teams are exploring other ways to do OpCap-based bridges, OpCTV bridges. And then once we have those soft forks, maybe we have a near trustless version. But at this point in time, we have better solutions than we had last year. We had significantly better solutions than the centralized solutions we had 4 years ago. And when we start to de-risk these bridges and de-risk interoperability with Bitcoin, then I think there's going to be significantly more activity to staking, to DeFi operations, to transactions, and everything that's happening on chain.
I think if we're talking about is it good if Bitcoin goes elsewhere, right? Is that the compromise? It's good for Bitcoin to be in as many different places that you can buy it, and it doesn't. I think it's a positive in the sense that ETH loses some traction in terms of like maybe being considered ultrasound money, which if you're probably here, you don't believe that at all, anyways. But it is a compromise in the sense that if it goes somewhere else, the value of Bitcoin very much falls back to just BTC, the asset, and limits its potential as Bitcoin, the network. And Chen, you mentioned this a little bit about not necessarily being the computer, but being the data settlement layer, right? So that's what I'm talking about in terms of the compromise. So maybe this is an area where like Farmer Joe and I disagree, but it's about should you be innovating on layer 1 or layer 2? I think both are incredibly important to be working on right now in Bitcoin because we need to be able to have a credible story about these high performant environments, these programmable environments for Bitcoin, so that at some point when asset issuers are choosing which chain, right, they're gonna pick Bitcoin, right, and you can have this environment with stablecoins that are a growing asset class, and Bitcoin, which has more institutional adoption, and all that being built on Bitcoin and Bitcoin layers.
Yeah, thank you. I like there's a few points that you guys touched on that I really enjoy. One is being that like what you just mentioned with Bitcoin bringing institutional adoption, and to extend on that, a lot of these very new technological advancement for bridging Bitcoin, for example, BitVM, the cost for adoption, for educating people, for getting people to on board of it, it's so expensive and so high, so complicated. Having institutions to step in and experiment is extremely helpful for these kind of use cases to be introduced to the wider crowd. And I guess like I want to go a little bit deeper into the yield side of things since we're talking about DeFi and staking. I want to keep this open. So like just what do you think is the right way to build sustainable yield for Bitcoin? I guess this is not just for Bitcoin, it's for crypto in general. And how do we make earning or making more yields from Bitcoin more accessible for the general public?
I mean, I'm happy to go first on this one. I think sustainable yield, we can just compare it to the real world that we live in today. The only real yield or the only sustainable yield that happens in corporate environments in traditional finance is from revenue streams. Yes. And so the only way that Bitcoin will ever have revenue streams is if people use or pay for something that Bitcoin offers. That could be security, that could be a proof of stake network, like an AWS or what is it called? Like Babylon AVSs, an eigenlayer. You can pay for security. But in most cases, what we're seeing is transaction volume and trading actually has the most amount of fees in Web3. And so the only way right now to really generate sustainable yield is through a mix of financial engineering from trading products. I would say that one of the best examples of that is Hermetica USDH, which is using a delta neutral strategy to create yield on stables. Another way to really do this is to create delta neutral strategies on Bitcoin itself. A lot of people don't know this, but Coinbase has a small kind of experimentary institutional grade Bitcoin yield bearing product. And the yield in that Bitcoin-based product is not coming from emissions or token yield or points rewards. It's coming from trading fees. And that's really, I wouldn't say trading fees are the only way to create sustainable yield, but at this point in time, transaction volumes and because people trade Bitcoin at a high velocity in traditional finance circles, hedge funds, institutions, family offices, even in corporations now or retail individuals, this is just the easiest way for us to capture yield on Bitcoin. Like point blank, it is one of the more scalable Bitcoin options. But Bitcoin is obviously a $2 trillion asset, and to capture 10% yield or 15% yield on such a large asset, I mean, even some of the largest corporations in the world don't have that much revenue. So I think it's really one of those things where we have to moderate our expectations on what a sustainable long-term risk-free yield on Bitcoin really looks like. But it's certainly not going to be 2, 3, 4, 5%. It's likely going to be, averaging down year over year is my perspective on things.
Okay, that's interesting perspective. I mean, I agree with everything that Farmer said. I was actually, about to say the same thing. I think one more thing that I would add, like I've been speaking with a lot of institutions. I mean, you mentioned institutions being interested in Bitcoin, and the number one thing that I'm hearing over and over again is just the Bitcoin lending borrowing, right? Because they come from the TradFi world. They understand that world. They understand like how banking works and, just like these things, how users lend and borrow. And so now, we are seeing the first primitives or first applications of it on Bitcoin, that you can basically put your Bitcoin into DLC or, somewhere else, and you can borrow stable coins against it and stuff like that. And so that's, to me, is a clear signal that like institutions are looking into this. And, that's also a path towards like a sustainable yield, because that's one of the products that has a product market fit across the finance world. We just have to bring it to Bitcoin.
Yeah, we got our start actually after Celsius blew up and before FTX. Great time to get started for a crypto company. But with that in mind, sustainability was definitely like very much at the heart of what we wanted to build, and the organic yield that you can create on a decentralized exchange. The goal is for that to be self-sustaining on its own. And just wanted to add that on top of some of the great stuff that you guys mentioned.
I think the using Bitcoin as a POS for security, I think is something that a lot of protocols and the chains are already doing, and I think that's definitely a way to go. And then lending too. I think the issue there is what sort of yield, and I think they are sustainable. The question is what sort of yield it will generate. The problem, and a lot of people talk about sort of the dollar lending on chain, but the key difference people forget is you don't short Bitcoin. You don't sell Bitcoin to buy something else, except for the Ordinals maybe. Now, US dollar is yielding at like a 10% plus on Ethereum and so on because people will borrow and then to sell to buy something else. So I think the consensus is through lending, the optimal rate for the Bitcoin at the current market is maybe 2-3%, which I think will be low to many people. It's better than zero, but you know, it's a low. Now, where I see actually biggest opportunity when it comes to Bitcoin yield, and everything we talked about is on-chain yield. I'm actually very bullish on RWA plus Bitcoin. Now, when I went to Middle East and talked to a lot of investors, the commonality is I understand the traditional asset, I understand the real asset, I understand private credit. I also want to have a Bitcoin exposures. If you can combine RWA with a Bitcoin, either off-chain and on-chain, to me, that will be the biggest breakthrough for the institutional adoption you talked about. And I think there are some activities that we start to see, but that probably will give you not only sustainable, but higher and also more diversified yield, just as a food for thought.
Wow, a lot of amazing knowledge and content here. Amazing. Just collateralize your Bitcoin. That's the basis of finance, Bitcoin-based finance. I like that. And also never sell your Bitcoin, never short on Bitcoin. This great message is here. It's bad luck if you do that. We have only a few more minutes left, and I want to give every panelist a chance to maybe talk about what you want the audience to know about, your upcoming project. If there's anything that's launching soon, any alpha to share with us, and also how can people find you if they want to get connected. If you don't mind, I'm gonna start just for an example. So we're at Bob, we're pushing this product called Gateway, and very, very cool. Like Bob Gateway is actually integrated into Xverse wallet. It is like an intent-based bridge where you can swap your native Bitcoin into not just WBTC, but a variety of wrapped Bitcoin assets, including yield-bearing like LSTs, which means you can go to your Xverse wallet, connect your EVM wallet on one side, your Xverse wallet on the other side. You send one Bitcoin transaction, and you will be able to receive something like a solve BTC.BBM, where you're earning yields from Babylon ecosystem in your EVM network with only one Bitcoin transactions. So this is something that I will encourage everyone to go ahead and give it a try. And if you want to find me, just go to gobob.xyz. That's our website, and we're active on Twitter.
So maybe in the next month or the next couple of months, Bitcoin will be ripping, and you guys will be getting some texts from family members and friends like, "Hey, is it too late? Should I buy?" I would love for Bitflow to be the place where you send them this year. It's the best place to just dollar cost average into Bitcoin every day. There is a very interesting strategy with a yield-bearing stablecoin, actually mentioned earlier, what's called USDH. With Hermetica, and we'll be doing an upcoming campaign where you can get paid to dollar cost average into Bitcoin. So you can be staking the stablecoin, earning that yield, and using Bitflow to dollar cost average into Bitcoin a little bit every day. So that's the alpha that you can share with your friends, and also we just love feedback on the product. You can find it at bitflow.finance. Yeah, thanks guys.
Okay, so I've been building on Bitcoin for the last 5 years, and I like DeFi. I do DeFi, I do DGen from time to time, and I like trade and so on. But I have Bitcoin wallet, I have Xverse, which is great to use, and I hate cross-chain bridging. They suck, and I hate sending my Bitcoin elsewhere when I don't know how to get it back. If you think the same way, come to Brotocol and use BroSwap. you can access EVM liquidity, including Uniswaps on Ethereum, Camelot and Arbitrum, and then the whatever, the biggest DEX on the Ethereum, as well as by June, the Jupiter on Solana, through your Bitcoin wallet, and you can trade and access all the liquidity without leaving your Bitcoin wallet. And it will only get better when we have a Tether USDT in your Bitcoin wallet too. And if you are a Bitcoin project and wanting to access Solana community, Ethereum community, wanting to buy your ordinals, come to talk to us. We have a BroPay that will allow those users to spend their USDC and all the shitcoins and get your ordinals and pay for it by Bitcoin without them knowing, and then you get the Bitcoin. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of shit coins or meme coins, obviously Pups is...
No, but seriously, we shouldn't send the Bitcoin to the shit world. We should bring the shitcoin to the Bitcoin world, right?
Yeah, no, fair enough. You know, I think at the end of the day, Pups is all about the community, and it's a vibrant community of builders, memers, and just people who enjoy and love Bitcoin. As you may have seen, the massive Bitcoin puppet blow up at the actual conference right as you enter. So people are very passionate about it, and you know, obviously, I'm very passionate about making the trading experience and the user experience for anyone trying to acquire it with Bitcoin, trade it. And you know, I guess in the next little while, I foresee that to be on Arch within dexes like Saturn to get deep liquidity, frictionless transfers and swaps, and hopefully everything is all integrated through Xverse wallet, which will make it all easy.
When 13 billion? No, you know, I think if you guys are new or if you're just getting started, I would recommend you to get Xverse and try all of these apps. So obviously you can get Pups in Xverse. Don't put too much money because it's going to zero. So like, please, like be, you know, NFA, that's very important. Obviously you can try Brotocol and all the other things that, you know, Chen and his team build, because they have been building, you know, in the Bitcoin space for quite a long time, and it's all integrated with Xverse and of course Bitflow. BOP as well. You mentioned Gateway, that's integrated into Xverse, but you know, there's going to be many other things that we're going to be bringing, and of course you're going to be able to use Arch with Xverse. So, you know, I'm just excited about all of these things. You know, we just need to see more builders, more stuff to come to Bitcoin and just experiment. So that's what I'm excited for.
Thank you so much. And for everyone for your input, and thanks again for Arch Network to put this amazing event together. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so much.
What do you guys think, man? You guys are on mute. There you go.
Yeah, there it is. There it is. First of all, there was a couple different perspectives there, right? You had, first of all, I think Bongo's met Farmer Joe. I kind of pictured him in my mind that he would look like a nerdy farmer or like a, you know, someone that's maybe a farmer. I don't know. I just got it in the name, but you've met him actually in person, right?
No, this is my first time seeing Farmer Joe.
Really? Okay. But you know, the thing about like the panel was there was like this degen kind of representation with Farmer Joe. Obviously he invests in projects, and then you have Chan from Brotocol that's trying to bring this like bridging across all the different chains, and then Bitflow represented, and then you have Jan. So I think it was a great panel overall, representing different aspects of the ecosystem, right? The wallet, the kind of layer 2 protocol with Bitflow. Then you have the degen in Farmer Joe, and then lastly you have this Brotocol which goes across multiple different layer 2s. But my question for you, Bongo, is what do you think? Do you think the effort should be spent more on developing out native Bitcoin protocols, or do you think it's more you know, time should be spent on these scaling solutions which are like L2s and stuff like that? Maybe both. What's your opinion there?
I'll go with both. I think going in every direction is the right way right now. It's the right path, and seeing where we find solutions. I mean, getting programmability on Bitcoin L1, it's challenging, and there's not really a way of doing it without having a soft fork at least. And so we are forced to look for other solutions. But I like seeing creative stuff happening on Bitcoin L1 as well. So I think we have seen a fair amount of that, and I think we're going to see more solutions like that. But at the same time, I'm open to everything, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I agree. Are you seeing? We're going back to
Market
stage.
cap exceeds the market cap of Ethereum. That is obscene.
Hex.
You look at
Who-
SPL
who
tokens,
is that?
which equal more than
It's-
50% of the total market
Okay,
cap of
so let's bring
Solana.
them up.
Then you look at Bitcoin, a $1.6 trillion asset. Its fungible market cap doesn't even exceed 600 million. If that doesn't scream asymmetric opportunity at you, I just don't know. So how do we use Arch? This is very interesting. Now, we spoke at length about what makes Arch useful compared to other centralized solves that we have out there. And I think what is so key about Arch is how do we keep users' funds within Bitcoin? I don't want to make a layer 2 and convince you to bring your money into this separate liquidity environment, so we've got even less liquidity to trade amongst ourselves with the other 5 options. Now, what makes Arch so interesting is that we can use Arch to continue with L1 trading. This is smart contract execution on the base layer of Bitcoin. That is a massive, massive breakthrough. So let's go through what Saturn looks like. So we have a bit of a live product demo here. Now, I'll try to explain what's going on here, so try to keep up. Currently, we are opening a liquidity position. Now, I want you to keep an eye on the transaction here in the bottom right here of the screen. Now, once we submit our transaction to our Xverse wallet, shout out Jan, we have now submitted this transaction. Now, what is interesting about this transaction is that transaction is still not confirmed on the mempool. This is an unconfirmed transaction. Yet, despite that, we can use that same UTXO to continue to make transactions. So what we've done here is we've effectively made UTXOs that are unconfirmed instantly productive. And as a result, we can daisy chain these instant transactions on Bitcoin, which is very, very cool. So as you can see here, our user is just going to spam through a number of swaps. And all of these swaps are happening before that first initial transaction is confirmed. And I would like to say this is about as close to a Hyperliquid or Solana-like user experience on Bitcoin. There's no trick. This is live on testnet right now for you to go and try out. So yeah, this is what Bitcoin trading is going to look like very, very soon. Cheers, thanks. We've been working very hard on this. It's been a long 2 years. So I appreciate the support. So how is this really quick? Now, Marcos back here is a very smart individual and has made miracles happen. And one of the miracles that we did make happen is the Titan Indexer. Now, Titan Indexer is really, really interesting. It's a replacement for the Ord Indexer, essentially. And this allows us to index runes at the speed of Arch. And what's really interesting about that is you kind of get this sub-millisecond transaction confirmation. So every application built on Arch can use this indexer for free. It's open source. And this allows us to have that real instant, seamless user experience that Arch provides, all on the base layer of Bitcoin. Now, momentum today. So we've been in the fungible journey on Bitcoin for a long time. We started trading rare Satoshis to begin with. We then moved on to runes. So we have built up a little bit of brand equity. But since the launch of our testnet, we've had over 150,000 wallets interact with it and over 1 million transactions. And we've also got 10 amazing teams on Arch using the indexer and the SDK, which is pretty surreal. But I think what's really interesting about some of the transactions that's happening on Saturn at the moment in testnet is a huge majority of these transactions come from bots. Now, I know you may think, oh, that's kind of negative, these are inorganic transactions, but I think it's kind of easy to overlook the composability of an application like Saturn. Saturn isn't just a consumer-facing app. This isn't just where everyday people are going to be buying their rune tokens with our swaps. This is also where games are going to be tapping into our APIs, wallets are going to be tapping into our APIs, liquidation engines, bots. So to see this extreme high frequency of trading coming from bots already and us being able to handle that is extremely promising. I think this is like a very alien look into what Bitcoin trading is going to look like in the near-term future. Now, something very cool that we want to announce today. This is me being a classic naive CEO and front-running our developers' expectations. But I am really excited to share this because I think this is quite a breakthrough in terms of where we're heading with Bitcoin right now. So the thing that we're going to start working on next, so just please to obviously confirm initially that LPs and AMMs are now built for Saturn. So these will be coming to L1 on the mainnet release, which fingers crossed is going to be very, very soon. But where does the journey go from there? So, okay, cool, we can do Rune LPs, but yeah, what's next? What's next is a singular liquidity pool that exists both on Arch and on Bitcoin. Now, what does that mean? So right now you have Rune assets on L1, and there'll be separate assets that will exist on the Arch L2. The Arch L2 is interesting for a number of reasons, because Rune comes with its limitations. Let's say you want to issue a stablecoin onto Bitcoin. Well, tough luck, you can't mint and burn your supply, which therefore makes your stablecoin issuance impossible on release. But on Arch L2, you can. Now that is key for us. So as a result of having a single liquidity pool that will exist both on Bitcoin and on Arch, you can trade Arch L2 assets, which let's be real, is going to be stablecoins, directly from Bitcoin. Now that is very, very cool. The other really interesting element of this is if I'm an institutional LP provider, I can do this pretty much free and instantly on the Arch layer, which is one of the most capital efficient ways of providing liquidity, but also benefiting from L1 trading. So this is a major breakthrough for us and something that our developer is going to be banging his head against the wall for the next 6 months trying to achieve. So just real quick, I'm going to wrap up nice and smooth here. If you are in this room and you are thinking about where you want to be building next, there isn't really a better place in Arch at the moment. Brent and DPI are here as well. He's a fantastic guy. They have made a dedicated ecosystem fund. So if you have an idea, you have a team, there is money waiting for you. We need people to start building here, and that money is available. From the Saturn side, both our SDK and indexer is open source. You don't need to pay for it. And beyond that, you have complete developer support from us as well. So yeah, just send us a DM. Unfortunately, we're online 24/7, and we can help out with pretty much anything. But yeah, hopefully that was short, interesting, and insightful. If you want to take a photo of that, you can connect there. Just send us a DM. Like I said, someone's always online, and we should be able to help. But yeah, appreciate the time. And if you have any questions at all, I'll be linking around the venue, so just come and find me. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Hex. Really excited about Saturn. And when we're on mainnet, knock on wood very soon, definitely check out Saturn. And also you can play with it on testnet right now. So we are really excited to welcome 2 all-stars. Let me change the tech real quickly here. All right, cool. 2 all-stars. We have changed it slightly, but you know the moderator as Serge Sats online, if you know the Ordinals space. And of course, Erin Redwing, she is a major manager of Inscribing Atlantis. She's part of the Hell Money podcast with Casey. Give it up for both Serge Sats and Erin Redwing. Come on up. Be careful if you step up here.
Here?
Yeah, probably.
Thanks, Dick.
Oh,
yeah, you were right to say be careful.
my feet are so sweaty.
It would have been a pretty good moment, though, for one of us to just fall off here and get it on camera.
All right. So how's everybody doing today? Yeah, everybody's excited. First of all, like a big thank you to all the Arch crew for setting this up. You guys are absolute legends. Beats, Nick, thank you so much, bro. And Erin, so good to see you full of life and bustling in Vegas, as you always do in all the cities where inscribing is involved.
I probably see you like all around the world, right? Like
all around.
Hong Kong, Vegas,
Nashville.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we have a little kind of like get together on some balcony somewhere, and we catch those 5 minutes of glory. Yeah, Erin, where do we start? Tell us how you got into Ordinals.
So I got into Ordinals kind of by following the stars, to be honest. If you go to my Twitter bio, the first thing is Bitcoin astrologer, and that's not a joke. Astrology got me into Bitcoin. And I was just into it on my own for a long time, and I didn't have any friends that were into it. And my New Year's resolution 2022 was that I was going to go to a Bitcoin meetup in person, and I was going to make a Bitcoin friend. And so January 2022, I went to my first Bitcoin meetup, and the first person that I spoke to was Casey Rodemore, who had just started working on Ordinals.
So you met Casey like how many months before he came up with a whole white paper?
He had been noodling on the idea for a couple months. I think January, when I met him, was a month or two before he came up with the name Ordinals and Ordinal theory.
Right.
So he kind of knew, like, okay, there's this way you can track Satoshis, maybe you can attach content to that. But like anyone who knows Casey knows that naming is a very important aspect of it. So it was like right around that time that he was kind of coming up with like, well, what would I call this? What would be the right name for it? And it was Ordinals and inscriptions.
It was such an awesome story because I remember when I first read the Ordinals theory, I think it was early February 2023, it changed everything for me. Before Ordinals, I didn't own a single NFT. I hated NFTs. Even Bitcoin to me was something that was overpriced. And what Ordinals did for me, it just opened a whole world, a whole universe for me because, you know, finally we turned Bitcoin from a store of value function to a utility function to a data function to we're storing art, we're storing now music with the incredible stuff Bunzy's doing. And it's truly a game changer. So like, my question is, there was something called counterparty, or that did exist, like the concept of inscriptions did exist. Why, in your opinion, do you think Ordinals theory and that whole Casey cult, and we all loved Rodemore for doing that, like, why did it stick this time? We had a first wave and a second wave. Why did it stick?
Yeah, so I mean, shout out to the Counterparty community. If there's any Counterparty people here, I love Counterparty. I think they have honestly one of the best like cultures and communities in crypto, and it's not even close. I'm actually right after this headed to interview the creator of Counterparty. So Ordinals people, we love Counterparty.
We do.
So Counterparty in a lot of ways was very aligned with Bitcoin ethos. You had to burn Bitcoin in order to get XCP, the Counterparty token. There was no like bridging to other chains. So I think like in a lot of ways, the Counterparty people were kind of like the biggest Bitcoin maxis of all, because like they could have gone to other chains to do NFTs, but they really wanted it to be tied to Bitcoin. But the content is not on Bitcoin, right? So like there's this tether between XCP and BTC, which is that you have to burn BTC to get it, and that was the way that they did their initial like mint of XCP. But that all of that data still just exists on Counterparty. It's not on Bitcoin. There's just this like relationship between the two tokens. And so I think the real benefit to Ordinals, and I think most people who are into NFTs or digital content storage of any kind, is that it's all on Bitcoin. And we know that Bitcoin is robust. We know there's no way to prune that data off of Bitcoin. And so I think that really was the thing that, and even Counterparty people seeing that, a lot of them then inscribed very early on. Because they saw that value.
It just makes so much sense that like art belongs on Bitcoin. Mm-hmm. There is no other place where art should belong in the Web3 world but Bitcoin.
Yeah, it's gold jewelry. If Bitcoin is digital gold,
digital
provenance, are gold
provenance,
jewelry. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So like kind of the stuff we're doing right now is, and as well as like what you're spearheading the education of Ordinals in the industry. It's a lot of great work that you're doing. A lot of the stuff that we're doing also is we're trying to bring more attention to understanding the value proposition of coming to Ordinals. And so kind of what we're doing right now with Bitcoin Art Society is we're trying to bridge Web2 artists onto Bitcoin. There's that huge gap where Web2 artists still don't understand. And a lot of it has to do with education. So I know you're doing a lot with inscribing. What else is on your books, Erin? What are your plans? How do you see the community coming together to continue helping you spearhead this mission that you're on?
Yeah, I've gone through waves, honestly, when it comes to my strategies for onboarding or like reaching people with the messaging around this. I think, yeah, there's a lot of different directions I could take this. One of the things that I think is hard is it's almost easier to onboard artists that have never done, maybe weren't around in 2021, 2022, whenever that was for the Ethereum NFT bull market. There's a lot of Ethereum NFT people that rode a wave and they now have it in their head that like, that's the price they need to sell for, that's the price that they are as an artist. And it's like, bro, you rode the Ethereum NFT wave, you know, like things are different now. That doesn't mean that your work is less valuable, but you have to think about things differently. There's not this like easy money, like mint 10K monkey JPEG on Ethereum and profit millions of dollars. So in some ways it's like easier to onboard artists that don't have that association with like the previous NFT bull run. And I've kind of like come to embrace that in the sense that if you look at major art movements in history, the artists that define those genres are not artists that define the previous genres. They're new artists. And I genuinely think inscriptions are their own artistic medium. You have so many constraints that you have to work with inscribing that just don't exist in any other art form. I think honestly the closest allegory would be like old video games where you had to care about like size constraints and you had to make like complex like digital art basically. So yeah, I think in some ways like it's its own art movement and so I think the types of creators that I'm really bullish on are people that are like making their legacy on and around inscribing on Bitcoin.
Yeah, Erin, you know what's also crazy? Like our chief curator has been not interviewing, but like kind of having conversations and discussions with tons and tons of like non-Bitcoin artists in the Web3 space. And 98% of those like AAA artists that we've been interviewing have no idea that art on Bitcoin exists. Like not that like I've heard of it and I'd love to learn more. No, we didn't know what that is. Oh, thank you for opening our eyes to this. And oh, rare sats. What the hell are all these rare sats about? Like rare sats, that's such a hidden gem, right? Like
totally, that's what I mean. Why it's its own medium. It's like there's so many layers.
Yeah, like splitting your UTXOs and isolating them, and I never knew how to do that thing. Big shout out to Ben from Satgo. Oh, wait, big shout out to Ben from Satgo for educating me on all things rare sats. Thank you, and Corey from MagiSat too. Big shout out to these guys doing a lot of good work. A lot of good work. That's
good. That's my Trump impression too. I just do the.
These guys are doing a lot of good work. That's enough. But yeah, there's a lot of the education component. I think is key, right? Like, what more can we do to keep educating? To keep like a lot of like. It's important to also help them educate on understanding the technical process of inscriptions and all that. Like, what more can we do, Erin? Besides nice IRL events and awesome.
Yeah, I think honestly, just spreading the gospel of Bitcoin, you know, I think Bitcoin, my mom literally just texted me this morning saying, wow, it's so crazy that the thing that you're into is now so mainstream. Like I'm watching these live streams and wow, like I can't believe JD Vance just spoke at the conference that you're attending and speaking at later today. Like, I think the more, Bitcoin is the number one legacy chain. Like people who are not into crypto, they know Bitcoin and maybe they've heard of Ethereum or something, right? You know, like I think that Bitcoin growing and becoming digital gold and then beyond that, I think is really the thing that's going to be best for the space. It just brings more people in. And I think ultimately the value proposition for something like inscriptions is when you understand the permanence of something like Bitcoin. I don't think you can get one without the other. Like you can, but it's kind of just people riding a hype wave, you know, like you want people to really understand like, wow, this is a digital structure that will outlive me. I can put my legacy on here and it's not going to be like a MySpace page that gets deleted 15 years later. Yeah. You know, like it requires them, I think, to understand Bitcoin first.
Yeah. A year ago, I came up with the, I dubbed this whole thing, I called it the Great Library of Alexandria. Only this time you can't
be burned.
That was, and that you can't burn it down, right? Awesome stuff. last thing I wanted to ask you, what are your stars predicting? Give this audience a little prediction.
Totally.
Give us a little astrology session.
Yeah, absolutely. So, for anyone who knows me, I do Bitcoin astrology, and basically in March into early April was like not good for the markets, which I said early on. I'm very proud of that prediction. I said there's a 6-week period in March and April where we're going to be down, but we're going to be back after. Just don't worry, just hold on. So I think like we got through that. You're pretty good for the rest of the year. 2026 is one of the most positive astrological years that I've ever like studied as a practicing astrologer. I kind of think we're entering a super cycle, to be honest. I mean, I know that's like a common meme, but when you have like major nation states and institutions realizing that, for example, like Japan has been printing money to buy their own debt for the last 5, 7 something years. Maybe that's not functional. I just don't see how we're not in the same niche that we were before. You know what I mean? So honestly, I think like we've entered the super cycle, as like annoying as that sounds, and I think we're in a pretty good spot. So the advice I always give to people, because I do astrology for normies too, is like get on the new wave, accept that the old wave is over, and don't cause yourself too much suffering clinging to things that no longer work.
You heard the oracle, guys. Thank you so much for listening to us speak.
Thank you, Serge.
And we appreciate you. Thanks, Erin. We appreciate you.
Guys.
Thank you so much, guys. Give them another round of applause. Erin fought traffic, battled casino robots. I mean, it was amazing. So, and Serge, I can't thank Serge enough. When we organized this event, obviously a lot goes into an event, and we were reaching out to partners, and Serge is someone who genuinely just, was such a great help in that. He's organized a lot of events in the past and gave me a lot of great advice. So a lot of this event wouldn't be possible without people like Erin and Serge. So thank you so much, guys. Appreciate you. And thank you everyone for being here. So we are now doing a Ordinals panel to build on what you just heard. And our moderator, Tommy Two Clubs, as well as we've got Stephen Miller, Snooptoshi, Camski, and NFT Supply coming up. So from SatRepublic. So if you guys want to just come on up, all my speakers.
Yeah, man. So that was awesome. I love Serge. Serge is my guy, bro.
Yeah.
Serge is my guy. Sweaty feet and all. Just love me some Serge.
For sure. How'd you think that panel went? I'm bullish on Erin's prediction. What do you think?
Sorry. Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a stars. It's stuff for the astrology for men, right?
Yeah.
Or no, that's astrology for women, and then
astrology for men, is that like a separate club?
no, astrology for men. That's what you do, bro, on a daily basis.
Okay.
Yay.
Oh yeah, that's after your Pilates class, right?
Yeah.
But seriously, real quick, Bongo, before the next segment comes on, you got Serge, he's an OG in the space. You got Erin, of course. Like everybody thought she was married to Casey, all that stuff, but that wasn't the case. But she's good at like predicting. She called the spring correct. She says the rest of this year we're in the good. Do you agree with that? Do you think we're in the super cycle?
First thing first, before her, we had heads talking about Saturn, and I'm excited for that because picture this. You go to Saturn, you make a trade, and just like that, you have in your Taproot address whatever trade you make. And so that's what we're looking for. That's what we want. And he has been grinding for a long time. He found Arch as a partner, and I think they can do beautiful stuff, and I'm excited to see what comes out of that. But dude, I do think we are in a super cycle. I mean, there are times where you get off the traditional cycle and you rip like crazy, and that's just that. And I think if there's a time to do that, this is a time. I mean, I'm not an OG. I haven't been here for that long, but it feels good. I wouldn't fade this time.
Absolutely. Billy to a Billy, by the way. always. All right, guys.
Bitcoin
we're gonna go
Art
back
and Culture Project.
to the show here.
All right.
It's 111 one-of-ones on uncommon sats. But that's enough about me, just a soft intro. I would like to go ahead and go down the panel here and just check in with everybody and get a soft intro, kind of what you're working on, what you're doing in the space. We have a very stacked panel, so very interested to hear that. Normally I'd go ladies first, but since we have the mic right here, let's go with Ben, NFT Supply, and let's start there.
What's going on, everyone? Ben, NFT Supply, founder of SatGo, mobile app for everything Bitcoin, trade runes, ordinals, rare sats, portfolio management, and most recently buy all that with USD through MoonPay as well.
Woo. Hi, I'm Camski. I'm the co-founder of Mood Labs. We're a growth agency focusing on accelerating companies on Bitcoin. We've been working with DeFi protocols, marketplaces. You may know us for launching and growing Trio, the second coolest launchpad on Bitcoin. And we have been working with a numerous number of collections, bringing them to market, growing them, advising on culture. And I'm really excited to be here with you guys and these legends with us on stage.
Hello, everyone. Snooptoshi. You may know me from a few projects. Ordinals is what I'm dabbling with most at the moment. It is a Bitcoin operating system, full OS inscribed onto hundreds of sats that's free and available for anyone to use. Beyond that, we worked on a bunch of cool projects, especially around memes. A project called Ordinals, a free mint. I believe we're the only collection with Ordinals on the halvening block, which I thought was quite fun. When everyone was messing around trying to etch runes, we decided to launch a collection a block before the halvening. And yeah, we've got a few hundred Ordinals on the halvening block, which I thought was quite cool. Just the meme culture of Bitcoin.
And I'm Stephen Miller. I am an art curator in the space, and I also do an ungodly amount of content creation throughout the week. I do a weekly digest called All Eyes on Art that covers all art across all of the major L1 chains, as well as I do an interview series on Tuesdays called Color Commentary. But the most recent byline I've been going with is the most compact human being in Ordinals. So we're going to continue to run with that.
Definitely always around. This guy, Steve, is in every Twitter space about art and Bitcoin, and he's always going to be there listening, not anonymously, but you see him there. He's in every single space. Today's conversation just isn't about JPEGs here. We're talking about timestamp culture, community, creativity, all of which can be expressed in different ways on the Bitcoin blockchain when you can't do so on other chains. You know, and Bitcoin is really at the end of the day where everybody wants to be. When coins dump, you start seeing sentiment shrink, and sometimes that happens in the space, obviously. It's just going through cycles just like any other collectible would. But when that happens, Bitcoin is always the strength. Bitcoin is always the backbone of crypto in general. So I think art on Bitcoin is actually very important for many reasons, but you can do a lot with it, a lot. And the first question I want to ask the panel here is, do you see Bitcoin as, like, from an art perspective, do you see Bitcoin as like a continuation of like the fine art movement, or is there some sort of rebellion going on here with art on Bitcoin?
I don't know if I would call it a rebellion necessarily. I think it's kind of just like where the puck's going. Everything's becoming way more digital. Fine art, I mean, like fine art doesn't just have to be physical, like there's fine art on Bitcoin as well. I think it's kind of complementary to just pushing art forward. And I mean, Bitcoin's not going anywhere. We all know that. And there's some really cool things you can do with art on Bitcoin with recursion and a bunch of, you know, on-chain techniques to make really mesmerizing art that you can actually do with a physical piece. So I think that it only helps bring art more to the forefront, just around the world in general.
Well, first of all, I want to start by saying that art is very subjective. We see JPEGs on Bitcoin, oftentimes like pixelated, very low size, very low resolution pieces of art that, you know, ended up having immense value, also ended up, you know, going on auction at Sotheby's and other, you know, renowned auction houses. This is all really very subjective, right? There needs to be, first of all, people rallying behind these. There needs to be consensus around value for these things to actually grow in financial and monetary value, for them to actually end up, maybe catching the eyes of either collectors or investors. But overall, I think like at the end of the day, we've seen art on Bitcoin start with, Pepe cards on Counterparty. That was on Bitcoin, and this started in, what was it, like 2016, 2017, and ultimately art on Bitcoin led the NFT movement. It was, before CryptoPunks, before Bored Ape, before all the biggest like NFT collections that we know. It actually started with Pepe cards, and I can't remember like that other collection that came before, but let's say like Pepe cards were the first, let's say, collection that's started the art movement on crypto. So it is pretty legendary in a way that we are actually going back to that with Ordinals now, and we see a whole ecosystem growing towards that. But again, art is subjective. There's a lot of very expensive art pieces that I find personally really ugly. Some may not, but ultimately they do have financial value. So yeah, up to the viewer, and the beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
Yeah, I'll say it's less of a rebellion and more of an awakening. I think people are beginning to discover what you can do on chain that you couldn't necessarily do on other chains before. So Erin, I think, pointed it out quite nicely. Being able to find artists who haven't been jaded by what happened in 2021, 2022, but are still looking to be able to leave their immutable mark on chain in some way, shape, or form. Bitcoin is the logical solution for that. And so, again, what is fine art? I bet everyone who owns some grails are going to consider their grails fine art, but I think you ask some of the Sotheby's, they may not agree. So it is very subjective. So ultimately, I do very much agree with what you said. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Fine art's in the eye of the owner. So yeah, I think it's more people are aware, or people are beginning to get aware of what you can do. And so with that, I think, yeah, more artists need to come aboard. More people need to start memeing, creating entertaining content. Like the best things in crypto have always been free. No one paid for CryptoPunks. No one bought Bitcoin in the early days. And I think that's a great way to foster community, to be able to spread culture. And we look at Bitcoin. It's different from other chains. We've seen the copy pasta that people try and take punks and apes and try and inscribe them and think that's a collection. But the reality is we've seen the evolution of, tablet wizards. We've seen the evolution of puppets, which are two very different types of culture types that we haven't seen on any other chain. And I think they're very much dedicated to Bitcoin. And so I think it's a fascinating world that opens up more possibilities than people have had before, which ultimately gives us a larger addressable market.
So it is a really good question to begin with. So again, tip the cap to you on that. The thing about fine art that I think people love to get wrapped up in is the subjectivity of it. And again, Camski, great point on that one. But to me, the bigger point here is it going to be competitive? Is it going to be something that is complementary? And I would argue it's actually both. It's competitive. It's a competitive push, right? We look at all the different businesses that are building in our space at any one given moment. And if any one of them gets complacent, you have competition come along to push it forward. My hope is that it's complementary competition. It ends up pushing fine art into a new generation, a new category altogether. But when you look at what we have on chain right now in this moment, and Tommy, you know this full well, running the collection that you do and working with the different artists that you've collaborated with, you have so much diversity in terms of different categories and different styles of art that are present here. But because of the technology that we all have fallen in love with Ordinals, it brings out new opportunity. And that to me is the biggest part of this. So we need to continue to push one another, because ultimately that's going to be a better art ecosystem for all of us, whether you're in the traditional fine arts or if you're in the digital side.
Very, very well said. And actually, narrative and timing and all this stuff is definitely going to come into play, and always comes into play with art, especially on Bitcoin, just because of how fresh and new it is. You made some very good points, Camski, about obviously art is subjective, but it does seem that the easiest art pieces, or the pieces that can be seen the easiest, or the design can be caught on the easiest, or meme the best, gets the most sentiment and the most rush, I would say. And Snooptoshi made a great point about things being free. I do think that we're going to see a lot of a push from different art that's coming that is going to be more collectible, cheaper, lower entry priced. And I do think things like that catch on and gain momentum easier just because it's more accepted and more affordable for anybody, not just a couple different people or people that have bigger bags. And I think moving forward, it's going to be a challenge to try to pitch or market certain brands and go for larger amounts of funds. But, you know, we'll see, time will tell how that is going to work. But that will actually roll us into the next question. You know, new artists and getting new creators to the space is a big deal, right? We all need that to happen. And for us to grow as a community, we need more players in the game. And that's obviously something very important, I think, in growth and in the short and long term. So how important is the SAT or the inscription number on the art itself? Because I think coming into something that you're collecting or just anything else, being early is very important. And it's a big part of Bitcoin culture, being early, you know? So would that discourage or should that discourage a new artist to come to the space because the inscription numbers are higher and because a lot of the sats have been done, you know, everybody's looking for something new. So I'd like to just ask the panel that.
So there's like, there's two different things here, right? So there's the inscription number and the SAT. I think that inscription numbers don't really matter. I think that, you know, the things that have been first are already first, and the market's kind of dictated the value of those. If you take a look at something like Bitcoin Shrooms, for instance. The SAT, on the other hand, is, I think, one of the most unique things that allows you to onboard more artists into the space once you really explain to them that the SAT is the canvas, which is, you know, what brings us into rare sats, which was one of the things that like really drew me into Ordinals. Most recent, I mean, I spend a lot of time aside from, you know, building Sacco, trying to onboard other artists into the space. Because when I was deep in the ETH NFT trenches back in 2021, I went down a deep rabbit hole there and just have established a bunch of relationships with a bunch of artists and have been able to bring a bunch of them to Sotheby's, for instance, and have one-on-one Ordinals, you know, go through there and kind of like broaden the audience. Most recently, an artist that I brought on in. Hello.
Oh, oh. All right, we're running. Here you go.
Most.
Oh,
they're both dead.
yeah, you just have to like.
Yo. Alrighty. Most recently, I brought an artist in that goes by Phrase, and he does generative art with P5.js, utilizing recursive inscriptions from the P5.js framework that is on Bitcoin. And one of the things that he did was he meticulously curated each sat to be together with each piece. So for instance, what he did was throughout this generative art piece he had, there was a loop. And what, for instance, he had frame number 666 be inscribed on a block 66 sat. And for instance, he had a bunch of different pieces that looked a little similar within frames, and those were supposed to be on pizza sats, and because they were next to each other, it was supposed to be like a pizza party. So there's like a lot of very creative things that you can do utilizing the sat as a canvas, and it allows an artist to tell more of a story behind the art, which hopefully does allow them to sell it better. But yeah, that's my 2 cents on that.
So at Mood Labs, we do a lot of launches. We work on go-to-market for a lot of Ordinals project. A lot of the time we, you know, get clients that come up to us and, you know, really are fascinated with adding this layer of rarity for their Ordinals, you know, and deciding to inscribe their pieces on rare sats, whether it's a pizza sat on comma, and you'll see like there's numerous ways to add this kind of, you know, extra little bit to your Ordinal. I would say in a hot market, this is something that is going to be defining the value of your Ordinals right now, to be honest, and don't kill me because I know that. By the way, if you want to buy rare sats, SatGo is the way to go. But if you're looking to inscribe a collection right now, I would not advise to go and spend more than you were, on top of your inscription costs for investing in rare sats, because the market is not going to be as receptive as it were a few months ago or a year ago. And this is very market dependent. Like right now, what people are looking for when they're investing in ordinals might be just a quick flip. They want to, make back on, maybe the losses that they've occurred in the last few months or year. It really depends on market sentiment. Overall, it is a very interesting, it's very decorative in a way. And I really like the idea of, looking at, an ordinal and being like, this was on a SAT that was on a pizza transaction, made by Laszlo when he bought, those 2 Papa John's pizzas. But right now, in all honesty, the market doesn't really care. I do think it's definitely going to be a collectible that at some point when the ordinals will pick up again, which is inevitable, it will add that extra layer of value and rarity, for your pieces. But it really depends. It's also a personal preference. It is definitely an added cost for the inscriber. So these sats can go, for hundreds of dollars, per inscription, per sat, pretty much. And there's some really interesting ones as well. There's some historical transactions that, have sats that you can collect. I know there's people that have been really amassing a lot of rare sats, and it's definitely something that, if you're an ordinal geek and you want to really get into it, have a look, go on SatGo, for example, and you'll be able to see what's available and maybe get some really cool trades out there. There's definitely a community for it. I don't know if you guys want to add.
Yeah, so I'm a big fan of low inscription numbers. I think it's all subject to the size of the market. So currently, your sub 1Ks are going to be considered grails. Your sub 10Ks, they're desirable, not as desirable. Your sub 50Ks, probably people don't really care that much anymore. But I think given a few years when the market's 10, 100 times size, then we're going to see that grow to the point where people are still going to want to get the early pieces, regardless of what they are. So yeah, I think low inscription numbers are cool, but again, it's off-chain data. To touch on special sats, I'm a big fan of special sats. I always shake my head when someone doesn't use a special sat because they're so cheap and they're so plentiful, and you can do things that aren't necessarily on the Rodamore Rarity Index. You could simply find a sat that has a name that you like, or it could be mined on a certain date that's special to you or to your collection. So there are many ways that you can use these sats. So I think there's a part of it, the special sats are a feature, not a selling point. If you can incorporate it in some nice way, shape, or form, absolutely do it. But don't do it because you think you can charge more money just because it's on a special sat. So yeah, I'm bullish on low inscription numbers. The lower the better, in my opinion, and special sats. And shout out again, SatGo, awesome, download it if you don't have it.
Ultimately, it's aligned with what Snoop was saying, right? Feature, not a selling point. That's where my head is at with it. But you look across the different collections that have been of higher appeal, especially of late. And I don't think that the collectors, and if I was to go out in the audience right now and literally take a census, I think at least 5 or 10 of the people that I see in my immediate there would tell me that they're not necessarily looking for a SAT number. They're not looking for X criteria. They're looking for art that actually evokes an emotional response in them. That to me is the biggest part of this. That's what ultimately allowed me to connect with something like Chronoblocks, what Phrase released, a week or two ago. And it comes down to that first and foremost. If you're not connecting those dots, ultimately a collector's not going to collect it because there's nothing to attach onto. Yes, there are like a very small subset that love that type of shit, but it's it's few and far between, at least from the hundreds of collectors that I talk to on a semi-regular basis. So,
yeah. So I think that's actually a lot of different takes there. And for me, I'm a numbers guy. I really like numbers. I'm actually really obsessed with numbers. Different ways to number things or collect things. I really like certain numbers, good luck numbers. If you name it, I got it. I used to play cards a lot. Anyways, with Bitcoin, I know we've gone a long way with culture. Like Bitcoin, OG Bitcoin guys, you would never see them or hear them talking about art on chain or using their sats for this stuff, right? So now we have frog memes and JPEGs on Bitcoin, right? And the culture is kind of turning, and you kind of feel the sentiment changing, and it's a lot more creative. You have a lot more people using Bitcoin, and there's an argument on both sides, right? So how did we get from, Bitcoin being this something that's just so precious that you don't want to trade or sell. And now we're at a point where people are willing to actually spend it on art that's just on chain, you know? And I guess that's kind of a question I want to ask y'all.
So what's the actual question?
So how did we get from Bitcoin being like the mother chain, and now we have like frog memes and art on chain?
Yeah. So I don't know why frog memes and Pepe's ended up being the thing. I mean, like they just were. I don't know the story behind that. I just like Matt Fury was behind it. But in terms of why people are willing to spend their sats to buy art on chain, I mean, I think that's depends on the person. It's very subjective, obviously. Like, I think that you can obviously go with the shtick that, you know, it's, you know, on the decentralized mother chain and like the whole IPFS thing. But we saw that people didn't really give a shit about that. When it came to like CloneX going down for a little bit, I thought that would have been a great catalyst for people to talk about ordinals, and it was for like 20 minutes on the timeline, but then it moved to something else. I think ultimately at the end of the day, it's just because it's on Bitcoin, right? And I think that that's really just like the only reason why art is on there. It's because like no one knows if Ethereum or Solana or Sui or whatever the hell else is going to survive in the next 5 years. I mean, Sui just had like a $260 million hack the other day, right? You don't see that kind of stuff on Bitcoin. So it seems like the safest bet. If you're going to put your art anywhere on the internet, on Bitcoin kind of just makes sense once you do a little bit of research. But I guess that's my 2 cents.
So, I mean, this is a panel called Culture on Bitcoin. I guess the first thing to look at, and I want to bring it back a little bit to maybe like the definition of culture. Culture is shared beliefs, habits, behaviors, thinking patterns that are, you know, adopted by a large number of people or a small. And these are, you know, these patterns and sort of like instructions that help a group of people to survive in a society, whatever that is. In our case, it's the internet. So, you know, before we talk about Bitcoin and, you know, ordinal culture, like we have to go back to the early days of Bitcoin. And that was the cypherpunk movement, you know, this idea of, you know, having a new financial system that was being creative of, you know, financial sovereignty. Like these were all ideals that were shared by the people that, you know, adopted or bought Bitcoin. And, you know, this is also what got me into crypto initially. It was this promise of something different, right? I was working in corporate back then. You know, you have a 9 to 5, you have a set pay. Like it's a very sort of limiting view of the world where, you know, if you just stay in the rat race, all you can do is wait for the next, you know, next year's increase or change jobs. And then you're like stuck in this wheel where everyone's just like waiting for the weekend or, you know, counting their days for vacation. And so when, you know, besides discovering crypto in university on Silk Road and all this stuff, but like, you know, having this promise or opportunity of, you know, breaking free from this and potentially earning way more than what your, you know, situation environment you boxed you in was incredible. And this belief, you know, and this possibility really sparked people. And I think a lot of people that are in crypto are people that are rebelling against, you know, a imposed society, an imposed view on society, and want to have a different path for themselves and take responsibility for their action, including gambling, of course. I mean, we're all here for financial gains, but on top of that, I think it's deeper than that. It's financial sovereignty. And this is something, it's a common thread that really holds everybody together, because, you know, whether you're trading meme coins or you're trading images on chain, whether it's on Bitcoin or on EVM or whatever other chain, there's always like a financial incentive attached to that, on top of obviously being part of communities. Like there's a cultural layer on crypto, you know, in crypto, and there is on Bitcoin, and it's very strong. And you know, it's very, the culture on Bitcoin is very different from culture on Ethereum, for example. People in Ordinals, even though the protocol is only a few years old, really connected through these, old school ideals that maybe were a little bit lost, throughout the NFT boom. There's a lot of people that entered 2021, 2022 that, they were very attracted by, the pictures, and it was very cool. And NFTs, people made lots of money, people lost a lot of money. But what I found within the Bitcoin community and Ordinal community is that, first of all, they're a little bit, they go the extra mile to understand the tech. There's a lot of sort of technical, limitations that come with getting into Ordinal. It's a little bit more complex. You need to understand why your Ordinal is not going to be in your wallet straight away as soon as you buy it, and like all these things. So, but what it means is like a lot of people are closer to those initial ideals, and this is kind of like the basis for which everything on top, especially for us when we are helping projects launch and position themselves and really, define what their narrative is. We think of the culture, what are these beliefs that, you want to ultimately tap into and you want to reinforce and connect with. And so it's very important to, experience culture. You cannot teach culture, you have to experience it. If you're new to Ordinals, I would encourage you to get on Twitter, join some Discords, get some Ordinals, besides attending events, but it's something that you have to experience for yourself. And also a lot of it is underground. It's in Discords. You may not see all the truth on Twitter. You do have to do a lot of digging. But once you find those places, you'll see. And then obviously there is subcultures within community and so on. But overall, there is this like very, there's this thread that really keeps people together. And, it's these ideals of decentralization, financial sovereignty, and really going back to basics and building on the modern chain, at least for cultures. And obviously from the dev side of things, it's more complex. So it's definitely for people that like a challenge, I would say. And yeah, I'll pass it on to Snoop. I'm sure he has some really cool insights to add to that.
I wish I could follow that up. No, I mean, mimetic culture on Bitcoin's cool. But we've seen a lot of copy pasta from other chains expecting it was going to work. And I think where meme culture on Bitcoin is good is when you treat it as a level of adoption. It's something that we know everyone in crypto generally likes memes, therefore they should like memes on Bitcoin. So I think it's a nice gateway to get people aware of what's possible. And then once they're in the door, then you can sort of show them, you can actually have a sat that's been mined by the creator of Bitcoin. That's pretty cool. So I think it's a nice way to get people in the door. And then once they're in the door, then you can basically start really talking to them about the cool stuff that is beyond the traditional memes, let's say.
I'll try to keep it quick, but I do want to speak a little bit counter to what you were saying, Camski, and I'm certainly not trying to just fire the shot across the bow. That's not the intent here. But when I think about the culture of what we have here, it really is the vibe, right? It comes back to, what ultimately has kept us here, right? And I think as we all have experienced at this event today, and of course describing yesterday, and we'll see around the town today and tomorrow, is that you have a really inviting and accepting environment. And as you look across all these different chains and the cultures with which they operate with, we love to get into what makes us different divides. And I think that, colloquially speaking, that's complete and utter bullshit. Because when you look at what we have, yes, it's inviting, but what makes us different does not need to divide. It can simply make us unique, right? And when you look at the art, and I'll take you quickly across our country here to Marfa, Texas, had the pleasure of attending the Art Blocks weekend there this past year. We had an Ordinals presence there. And people don't really know that because we haven't really vocalized it a ton. But when you look in that environment and you look at the fact that these artists are all sharing space in the middle of the desert, it really does impress upon a point that you can coexist. You can, in fact, see artwork across these chains, and it doesn't need to be this butting of heads and division. We can accept what we have. So I would encourage people to think a little bit further on that and push themselves outside of their boundaries, that it must be X or it must be Y. It can be both.
I do want to add something to that, and this is just behavioral psychology. To have group cohesion work, you do need to have an antagonist that's outside of your group, and this makes your group stronger. So this divide and rivalry between ecosystem is actually quite healthy for communities to get stronger and have a common goal, you know, aligned incentives, not just like growing themselves, but sometimes going against another ecosystem or saying they're better, you know, like Bitcoin is better than Ethereum. We obviously think we're so much better than NFTs. So it is quite a healthy point that brings people together. And obviously we don't want to say this out loud, but it's definitely a necessary, I don't see an evil, but let's call it like that, to actually get groups come together and be more united and ultimately push communities, because we don't have a foundation. There is no Bitcoin foundation. Other ecosystems do, and these foundations, they support builders, they provide grants, they really create this environment where, you know, there's a network of projects and founders that get support from from a leadership perspective, and we don't have this on Bitcoin. So, you know, there's some limitations to that, and it's quite it's more tricky to create a stronger ecosystem. However, I think shared values on Bitcoin and, you know, the community has been quite strong in organizing themselves in that sense, and having this sort of, you know, narrative that Ordinals are better because they're on chain is the strength of Ordinals. Like, this is the main point. Why are we on Bitcoins? Because we're better than IPFS cloud that can be shut out. So yeah, that's my reply.
It's a lot of words to just say buy Bitcoin.
Our on Bitcoin is better though anyways. Don't listen to me.
Appreciate it. So I had a few more questions, but we're getting timed out here. So I wanted to give everybody a chance to let everybody know where they can find you. And I'm sure a lot of people are. So if you just take a moment, just let us know where we can find you on the internet.
Twitter at NFT Supply, the App Store, Satgo, SATGO. Google Play is coming out a week or two.
You can find me on Twitter, Camski. Company is called Mood Labs. If you're looking to launch a project or needs any help with growing, positioning, just come up to us. We're co-hosting the Trio House tonight. So if you haven't signed up yet, come speak to us. And I'll be running around the conference. So just come say hi.
Nice. So unique NFT on X is probably the easiest way to get through to me. Or just flag me down. I'm always all over the place.
You can find me on X at @SteveMiller_PHX. You can find my recently deployed collection, Behold, over on Gamma. But if you otherwise are around the show, feel free to come say hi. I'm relatively friendly, but I suggest looking down before you step forward. That way you don't accidentally step on me.
I actually do think a lot of these bigger projects on other chains would be on Bitcoin if that opportunity was there. Ordinals protocol and everything that we're working on and doing, everybody on the stage, this is all very new stuff. It's a cycle, it's a collectible, just like anything else. If you look through any collectible that is out there, from cards to in real life products, anything, they all go through these cycles, right? So it's just being at the right place at the right time, and that's just how it's gonna be. So hopefully you are at the right place at the right time. And if Bitcoin is a protocol for truth, this is our chance to inscribe meaning into it. I'd like to thank Arch Network. They did a really good job putting this event on. Thank you to all the panelists. Y'all killed it. Y'all have a good day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tommy.
That was a great panel, by the way. I really enjoyed that. That was good.
Yeah, it definitely was. You know, there's a couple things to get into real quick while they're breaking to the next set here. The first thing, you know, recently, Bongo, I saw you I know you joke around a lot on X, so you were probably playing around here. Maybe you weren't, but you were talking about how the Alkane's Panda collection wasn't like the best artistic approach, right? With the collection. So how much do you put into it actually being good art, right? Number one. And number two, is Ordinals is Bitcoin the ultimate environment to do digital art?
I do think that art is fully subjective. There are there's undeniable beauty, and I think most of us can agree on that. And when you see it, and it makes sense. But other than that, I mean, people can like whatever they like, and if I dislike it, I'm just gonna let people know how I feel about it. In terms of art on Bitcoin, I think this is what NFTs are meant to be. It's basically on the definition. If you look at any other ecosystem, all NFT collections or most of them, they try to be a company. In Bitcoin, we're pretty clear what we are consuming. It's just like meme coins. It's straightforward. You join because of the art, because of the culture and the community. And if you are not into any of those things, well, there are other things in crypto for you, but this is provenance. This is art that's going to be there as long as Bitcoin is there. And if you are a fan of Bitcoin and you realize this, it's going to make sense. It's going to click. And that's just how I feel about it.
Yeah, yeah, Shizzy. I mean, like if you think about it, like the highest value collection probably with like that 10K collection is Crypto Punks, and I think a lot of the reason is because first they were very very early. Second, they were on chain on Ethereum, and Ethereum stopped doing that. So maybe this on chain living on an actual chain makes a lot of sense. And if you could pick which chain it could live on, wouldn't you pick Bitcoin?
Yeah, 100%. And we'll find out in 5 years, right? When a lot of these companies stop paying their IPFS bill, right? So, and then a lot of blank NFTs, and the only ones that are still around are the Bitcoin ones. So we'll see.
Yeah.
2 years ago, we were trading Bitcoin ordinals on spreadsheets, and people were laughing at us. Now we are the ones doing transactions on Bitcoin L1, and we are one of the main focus on the main conference. So we just keep growing and expanding, and the narrative keeps getting bigger, and builders keep building. So I think sooner than later, we're going to see the narrative playing out.
Yeah, yeah, good point there. And you know, a follow-up question here, just to kind of give some prefix here, or let you guys know how I am as a collector. My family's in the collectible business. You know, we've been in the sports card business. We've been blessed to have success there, and know what collecting is about. And so for me, I do cherish these early number inscriptions. And I think as time goes on, people are going to see the value. The true collectors will see the value in that. And then also rare sats, and you can, you know, go from there, right? But what about you? I'm not sure what your history is with being a collector, but how do you value early inscriptions and these rare stats?
I do think collecting it's a luxury at the end of the day. I think that's where we belong. And in my particular case, it's all based on the community, the narrative, the sentiment. Like I'm a huge fan of OMB, huge fan of puppets. Like there's a lore and there's a story, and then there's art that resonates one way or another with me. And those are the things that I'm looking for. I'm like very focused on the people behind and the community and the ethos, and yeah, that's what's attractive to me, other than collecting unique pieces of art from an artist that I might know or that I enjoy.
Yeah. Yeah, and that makes sense, I think, especially for the life of Ordinals, how long it's been alive, right? We're talking about a 2-year-old protocol, but when we look down 10 years, I think that's whenever these early inscriptions might kick in. And mind you, at that point, puppets and OMB will still be looked at as early inscriptions, because at that point, our inscription number is going to be probably out of this world, right? So those will be actually wrapped into the early inscriptions, and collectors will want those anyway. So yeah, I think the perspective is very interesting, right? Because from someone that has the collector's experience in family business, and knowing what that, how that drives value, but also in this short cycle that we've been in, and how like narratives can really be the powerful punches right now. But with you, Shizzy, I mean, let's be real. You've talked about, Pokemon you're a Pokemon guy, right? That's your generation. A little bit younger than me. I'm not going to tell you guys my age, but that's a big deal for you to kind of collect those Pokemons. Do you feel like in 10 years you will kind of look at early inscriptions, or how are you going to look at it?
The fact that you said Pokemons makes me know that you're
Pokemon.
You're just not a guy. You're not Pokemon cards, all right? No, but like, yeah, I mean, it was just something, childhood. When you open a pack, it just brings you back, right? It just brings you back to. I can almost feel where I was when I opened that first pack, right? And I feel like we're gonna get that kind of in the sense of Ordinals when you're just waiting for your reveal, right? Like the reveal kind of feels the same.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. For sure. All right, Bongo, really quick from you. Top 2 winners out of this cycle from Ordinals collections.
You mean like the ones that are going to win in the future, or like past?
this cycle? This cycle, best bets to place on. Not
They got
financial advice, of course.
Taproot Wizards and Bitcoin Puppets.
Ooh, Taproot
So it's about
Wizards.
$25,000 to get both of them.
All right, Shizzy, what about you?
Imagine thinking 25K is a lot of money.
Oh, look at this baller.
Okay,
Big
okay.
baller in the
That's
Ordinals.
yeah. I mean, that's out of.
Damn.
But yeah, I mean, I'm gonna go with Node Monkeys, and I'll also go with Puppets. That's mine too.
Node Monkeys and Puppets. Okay. Yeah, I think for a short-term cycle, I think something like Taproot Wizards would probably do very well, just because I think Udi has really good raising money ability and being able to kind of get people on board, and he actually does a really good job kind of taking the olive leaf out and extending it to other chains, like, you know what I mean, saying, hey, Solana, Ethereum, this is a really cool collection that we're trying to put out there. You can use your Solana to purchase Taproot. I thought that was really brilliant by him, and stuff like that. We got a comment here that says hashlings from Jam47. What do you think about hashlings, Bongo? Oh, man, he was so excited he froze. All right,
That's the underdog right there. I'm betting on that one as well. But just wanted to give you something more broad.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Looks like is that Nick on stage or?
I think it is. It might be. It might be a. Is he doing a
And
segment?
how that
He might
works,
be-
just to give you a quick example,
wow.
is that
Okay. Let's jump to the
buy a
back to the show, guys.
$500,000 home. To initiate the loan, you need to put down $500,000 of Bitcoin collateral. Now, what makes People's Reserve different than any other lender in the space is that we've taken the proper steps to mitigate liquidation risk. Anybody who's borrowed against their Bitcoin knows many sleepless nights take place when you have leveraged Bitcoin with the type of price of volatility that we experience. And that liquidation risk, it can haunt you. To me, that's an unacceptable value proposition. I can't lose my Bitcoin no matter what. So if there's liquidation risk, the chances of me actually taking advantage of that product and utilizing it over a long period of time are low, because I can't take the risk of losing my collateral. And the way that we've done this, which nobody else in the space has done or thought of, is we have added an adjustable interest rate mechanism, because your interest rate is not just based on the supply of money and the demand for loans. It's based on risk. That's why banks issue credit scores. If you have a high credit score, you can get a lower rate. If you have a low credit score, you get a higher rate, because the cost of capital, the price of money, is not just based on supply and demand, it's based on risk. Well, when you post Bitcoin as collateral, it's a pristine collateral. It significantly lowers risk for the lender. Therefore, you're going to get access to the lowest interest rates in the world, because you have the most pristine form of collateral in the world. And what's really exciting is, as the price of Bitcoin, let's take the bad side. Let's say the price of Bitcoin goes down. What happens is your interest rate will start to go up, but not up aggressively. So let's say you get a 10% swing in the price of Bitcoin, you get about a 25 basis point hike. So if you're at the prime rate at 7.5, Bitcoin goes down in price 10%, you're now paying 7.75. Vice versa though. And with Bitcoin having a 10-year CAGR of 82% right now, which is insane. It's by far the best performing asset in the world. Over the long period of a run, you could imagine that every single quarter, your mortgage payment just gets lower and lower. And that's because the value of your collateral is doing what it was designed to do, which is appreciate in value over time. And as it appreciates in value, there's less risk for the lender. Therefore, your rate continues to adjust down, your mortgage payment continues to adjust down. Now you have more free cash flow to increase your quality of life and your standard of living. A couple other important things that we do, we have a contractual obligation for no rehypothecation. We do not believe in fiat banking promises and practices. They always fail, and they always have to print over it to make it work. Well, you can't print Bitcoin, so we can't use those practices. And what we do is we contractually obligate ourselves to not rehypothecate. And we use amazing tools like ArchVM to make sure that you can get the custody solution that you want. If you want multi-sig, no problem, we'll set it up. If you want us to custody it in a deal with Fireblocks with multi-sig, we do it. Whatever you want, we're gonna be able to make sure that you know there's a proof of reserve We are not rehypothecating your Bitcoin. It is safe, it is on chain, waiting for you to reclaim it. Now, there is one way to get liquidated, and that is if you default on your mortgage, you don't make payment. That is the only way that you lose your Bitcoin. But something we allow you to do, let's say you enter into a tough time in your life. Maybe you lose your job, or you're relocating, or cash flows are low, dividends didn't hit the way you thought. You can always make your mortgage payment from the collateral itself. So we've designed these contracts to deliver value to our customers. Whereas the fiat banking system, every single product and service they have is designed to extract value from you. So this is about taking the Bitcoin mindset and applying it to finance. This revolution is not just about free market money. It's about free market finance, free market interest rates. And at People's Reserve, we want to develop a true free market yield curve with unanchored rates that aren't stated like they are in the traditional system. Stated interest rates are price controls. Price controls never work. There's not one time they've worked in history, and they're going to fail now. Perhaps they're even failing right now. So we're going to get ahead of this curve and make sure that our customers are empowered by being responsible savers of Bitcoin and being able to unlock that purchasing power to get that dream home, getting the best of both worlds, the home, but also maintaining ownership of Bitcoin and keeping the upside potential of the asset class, especially through monetization and financialization. Now comes the next problem. Okay, you got your beautiful home, you're in it, but you got to go back to work again. We need some cash flow here. We need to find a way that we can pursue our passions and be empowered by Bitcoin rather than having to clock in and clock out. And that's what our Bitcoin bond product is. The Bitcoin bond is actually a principal protected note. And the way that we structure the note is what makes it so powerful. What we do is we buy US Treasury debt or we buy municipality debt. And sometimes these municipalities have a higher credit rating than the actual federal government. But the interest rate on that debt is what dictates the structure of the principal protected note. So if we did an example right now and we bought a 5-year US Treasury note at 4.5%, what that means is if you made $1 million investment into our Bitcoin bond, $800,000 would go into the municipal debt or to the US Treasury. $200,000 would go into Bitcoin. Now, why is that important? Well, over the 5 years, that $800,000 with interest applied matures at $1 million value. So you have principal protection. You have 100% downside risk protection guaranteed by the full faith and credit of the US Treasury or the local municipality that we buy the debt from. That is an amazing thing that you're not finding anywhere else in the marketplace. What's left over? The performance of Bitcoin. The yield on the principal protected note is actually produced by the best performing asset in the world. If we had issued a municipal note 5 years ago from yesterday, it would have matured with a 40% APY. And I'll run through the numbers real quick because a lot of people, well, what if Bitcoin goes down? Yeah, you know, Bitcoin could go down 50% in 5 days, but it sure as hell ain't going down 50% in 5 years. There's no precedent for that. But let's say it did go down 50%. This note would mature at a 2% APY. If price stayed the same over 5 years, it matures with 4% APY. Let's say we don't get the 60% CAGR that would have produced the 40% APY, but we get the Michael Saylor 30% CAGR thesis. That 30% CAGR thesis, this matures at 30% APY. So now you're going to get cash flow over a 5-year period that allows you to pursue your passions. And at the maturation of the note, you're going to get a lump sum payment at a rate that nobody else in the world can compete with, because nobody else in the world has fused Bitcoin into traditional credit and debt products. So what I recommend is check out peoplesreserve.com, sign up for our newsletter. I believe we have the #1 newsletter on Bitcoin powered finance, not only because we're a first market mover and innovator, but also because we want to teach you about the asset you hold, but more importantly, how to use it. how to increase utilization of Bitcoin to make your life better, increase your quality of life and standard of living. Of course, follow us on X at People's Reserve and myself at CJ Constantinos. We'll be going live later this summer, and we couldn't be more excited to be working with you. Thank you so much.
Honestly, that was one of the talks I was most excited about. When we were in Dubai as a company, Arch, we had told people a little bit about that product, and I mean, just everyone who owns Bitcoin was super pumped. So, you know, if you can't be bullish about that, what can you be bullish about? So give him another round of applause. Thank you, CJ. Awesome. And I am super excited about this next panel. We've got Building Bitcoin DeFi with Arch. Learn a little bit about what you can do with your Bitcoin to make it more productive, and also what it's like to be building as a developer on Arch and as a project. So if we can come on up, our team here. You good? Yep. All right, come on up. Yeah. We have one sub in. Sid from Bima sadly could not make it. And so we actually have Scott from Bound subbing in. He's the one at the very end there. So yeah, super excited here.
Okay. Hello. My test. My test. Okay. No, that works. Hey everyone, excited to present this panel about building Bitcoin DeFi on Arch. So let's get started. Just with a round of introductions, would love to know more about you, your protocol, and how you think you're contributing uniquely, especially in the Bitcoin DeFi space. Want to start?
Hello. Hey guys, what's up? I'm Faizan. I'm the co-founder of ChaChing, and we are a peer-to-pool lending protocol on native Bitcoin. So we let users collateralize their Bitcoin natively on chain, earn a yield, and even like borrow different tokens, stables, everything directly on the Bitcoin chain. And of course, we are leveraging the Arch network for all of that. Yeah, I mean, okay, so as far as onboarding users is concerned, I think it's a combination of creating different trustless rails that all these Bitcoiners need right now. And then you combine those trustless rails with a very intuitive UI, UX that they understand and they know in order for you to have all of those folks on board. Once you build these trustless rails, then it's more about meeting the users where they are, right? Like, so for like all these Bitcoiners, it is giving them familiar flows in the protocols that you have. Connect a wallet, stake your Bitcoin, earn a yield, lend, borrow, do whatever you want. For more like crypto native users, it's more about like bridging these different mental models of lending, borrowing, and staking. Get that on Bitcoin, and again, give them a UI which they really understand. But when I talk about like institutional onboarding, it's more about creating these compliance-ready and compliance-free rails, which they need without having to give up on decentralization and security, right? So these are the different types of things. But as far as our role in onboarding all of these things is concerned, is we want to be like the missing financial layer on Bitcoin and make it in such a way that it's intuitive, it's decentralized, and it's rewarding, so that for users, they don't need a manual when they get on all these protocols and projects. And once they use it, then they can onboard the next wave of users as well. So yeah, I mean, that's my take.
Hey guys, I'm Daniel, co-founder at Autara, also a lending protocol, but we are focusing on being very modular with our architecture and having risk-isolated markets so that we can support a wide range of asset types like real-world assets. And we hope that by supporting these real-world assets, Bitcoiners can have access to complex new financial products and novel trading strategies. And so they'll be interested on coming onto Arch and using our product.
Hey guys, Vivin here.
Oh, I think the mic. Turn on. Just give me a second.
Oh, should be okay.
Hello? Perfect. Hey guys, Vivian here, the co-founder of Asigna. We're building a multi-sig for the Bitcoin ecosystem. Think of us as like Gnosis or squads of the Bitcoin ecosystem. We're deployed on L1 stacks and multiple L2s, and hope to be deployed on Arch soon. Currently have sitting on $1 billion plus in TVL at the moment, and hoping to bring that into the Arch ecosystem.
Scott, I'm a co-founder of Bound and Radfi. We're trying to give users make a DeFi experience that users expect, and trying to make it easier for people to onboard and offboard from the Bitcoin ecosystem. So, our stablecoin will definitely be working closely with these guys in the Arch ecosystem to make it really easy to bring stablecoin liquidity into Arch.
Thank you. So, great introductions. Now, you'd mentioned something, and you too, on institutional money coming in. Now, what we've seen in Bitcoin DeFi already is there's definitely a lot of institutional money, whale money across the board that's come in. The question is retail here? Is retail in Bitcoin DeFi? And if so, where is it coming from? And how are they being activated? Anyone can start?
I'll start. Yeah, so I'd say that speaking for a lot of the founders in Bitcoin, a lot of us got our start from the Ordinals, introduction. When Ordinals happened, that's what was the catalyst for Bitcoin DeFi, and you can still see that a lot of the communities are very strong till this day, besides the ups and downs. And I think that shows that retail is definitely interested in Bitcoin assets, whether it's Ordinals, Runes, all those communities are pretty much here. We've seen on different ecosystems like other L2s where communities only last for a few days and then kind of fizzle out, or a few weeks, whereas things like Pups, Billy, and the Ordinals communities are still here after a few years.
Yeah, I mean, I would also say that I do think retail is here in Bitcoin DeFi, maybe not on like TVL side of things, but definitely on meme coins. When you look at how much money was spent on Runes mints alone, there's like over 4,000 BTC just straight up burned on miner fees just for Runes mints. It's not including BRC20s, Alkanes, or any of these other new protocols that are coming up. Like, there's definitely people in the trenches willing to kind of burn their money on meme coins. And I think once we have some better primitives out there where that money stays in the ecosystem, definitely some of this stuff can be enabled by Arch Network. I'm excited about to keep the money in the ecosystem. We're one runner away from a huge retail mania again.
Yeah, for sure. And what I think is super exciting as well is that Arch unlocks Solana-like UX. So we can definitely support retail once they are here, if they're not already.
I think both are here. There are institutions and retail, but both have different motivations. For institutions, it's more structured. They need predictable yields. They need compliance-friendly rails, and they even wouldn't want to compromise on security and all that. And for all these institutions, Bitcoin DeFi makes sense because it's an efficient way to deploying Bitcoin without having to bridge your assets or wrap your tokens and things like that. But entry for all these institutions is really measured within the ecosystem and very strategic as well. Retail, on the other hand, is here, but I feel it's largely underserved, especially when it comes to Bitcoin DeFi. I mean, on our testnet, we onboarded 20,000 different wallets, and it's clear that you have all these retail holders on Bitcoin who want yield, but they don't have access to the products that they need or they would want to use. So I think once we create these different products which generate yield for them, or something that they really need, with like I said, with the UI and UX that they're very familiar with, they can be catered with in a much better way. And once we onboard this cohort of these Bitcoin native users, they are going to be
a follow-up question. You've been building in the Solana space, and now you're building on Bitcoin. So in terms of retail adoption, have you seen any differences If so, how are you seeing the difference between, retail activity and what we're seeing in Bitcoin?
Actually, I'm new to the Bitcoin space, so there's but the
What would you say is Solana's biggest win in attracting retail?
I think Solana is that meme coins and platforms on their chain. So people want Solana so that they can participate in these meme coins. And I think that's something the Arch can replicate, but for real world assets. And that becomes interesting for Bitcoiners to use to get other sorts of assets. And that might even be, I think it's definitely building, the Solana's biggest win has been like building demand for using the chain by providing interesting assets on their chain, which Arch can also do and is working to do.
Yeah, I mean, also just user experience, right? That's mainly what it comes down to. And as we get stablecoin adoption, into the Bitcoin ecosystem, I think that all of these communities are going to do, a lot better again.
So I'm going to tee it up because my next question was exactly on that. With the launch of any new tech, and we've seen this most recently with AI, right? With ChatGPT, there was a aha moment where suddenly it took off, right? Reached escape velocity in no time. For Bitcoin DeFi, what do you see that aha moment to be? It seems like you were hinting at it. So maybe you can continue, and then I know Scott wanted to add on.
Yeah, I mean, definitely stablecoin adoption. Already mentioned that. But really, for Bitcoin itself is the core primitives. So when we do see borrowing and lending, really take off on chain, and some of the large Bitcoin holders are really used to, doing those, lending and borrowing and borrowing against stable coins on custodians. But once they see that it's possible, with Arch and through like a multi-sig on chain, and they can self-custody their assets, that's going to be the big aha moment that hey, Bitcoin is here to stay for DeFi.
Yeah, I mean, I think, the Bitcoin ecosystem did have a chance with retail initially. It's proven to have the reach. We had, and some shilling pups, we had a ton of people come, but it sucked when they got here, right? They were like, wait, what is this? Like this pseudo order book I can trade on Magic Eden? And it's like, I have to buy blocks of these tokens. Like, I think one thing I'm confident about from a builder's perspective is that the attention cycle that every chain goes through, like Bitcoin will have another chance. Like people will always come back to, oh, what's happening on Bitcoin? Have they improved these pseudo order books yet? Oh, I'll check that out. And there'll be, like I was saying earlier, like we need a runner. There'll be another attention event. I'm confident there'll be another attention event. And this time when products like Arch are live, people will have the experience they expect and they'll stay. And I think I'm fairly confident that the number of on-chain users and the on-chain ecosystem is only going to go up in Bitcoin, because people who have stayed after that first hype cycle, they're tolerating all the bullshit that we've been dealing with. And then the new people that come, when we have this next wave of technology, this much more improved UX, they're going to stay this time. And it's just going to continue growing.
Yeah, so the question was the aha moment, right? I feel it's not just going to be like one product or like one protocol or technology, but it's going to be like a convergence of a couple of different these shifts that we see on Bitcoin right now. One that I feel is Bitcoin native, successful Bitcoin native stablecoin loops, right? Where you can now borrow stable coins on Bitcoin, deploy those back into the ecosystem and repay without having the Bitcoin to leave the ecosystem, or everything is happening natively. That is one. The second I would think is ecosystems like Arch reaching app level maturity, where now you have different devs who can deploy different DeFi primitives, which are like Bitcoin native and something that like these Bitcoin.
We're gonna cut away for just a minute, just while those guys kind of fix that Wi-Fi. But what do you think so far, man? Love ChaChing and love what those guys are building there. So And
Yeah.
Scott's awesome.
Yeah, I mean we've had these guys on our show several times with Arch Thursdays and separately too. With Bound bringing the stable coin, and also RadFi, right? So they're bringing like a DEX, and then also the stable coins that are getting interested. Starknet we talked about today, bringing USDC over. That's what DeFi needs, really, if you want native DeFi to really get spurred and going, right? That energy.
Yeah.
But Bongo, you got to hang out. I saw all the videos, the pictures in Dubai with the Arch crew and the builders over there and stuff. How do you feel in terms of Arch being that solution that can attract these degens from? So I don't know if we want the ones from Solana, I'm gonna be honest, but like the traditional ones from like Ethereum and Base and stuff like that. Yeah, we can include Solana, I guess, if you want. But do you think Arch is that solution that can get them to stay and say, hey, okay, this is what we've been looking for the entire time?
Well, that it will all depends on like mainnet and how the products actually work. I haven't used it yet, but it's appealing and it is exciting. And one thing that has been mentioned today in the summit is that there's not a foundation here. There's not an ecosystem really. Everyone is just doing their own thing. And what one of the things I love about Arch is the fact that they are trying to build that ecosystem. They're working with different people, bringing multiple products to the market, and just expanding the amount of things we have on Bitcoin. And that, to me, it's something that I've been looking for that on BTC, because in anywhere I go, I can find a local community where Solana is supporting, or any other foundation is just putting money and getting builders to build with them. So they're bringing builders to Bitcoin at the end of the day, which is a net positive for everyone.
Yeah, and there's this weird, I feel like old guard of Bitcoin, which Udi gets into fights with every day maybe, and then you have like the new guard of new generation of people, and I consider those people the people that came over during Ordinals, and maybe they got introduced to crypto and Bitcoin before that, but they came back through Ordinals and they stayed. You, us, a bunch of other people in this environment. And so do you think we need this stamp of approval from like the old guard, or do you think we create the future of Bitcoin DeFi without their approval, all this stuff? What's your mindset with that?
My mindset is good luck stopping us, because I don't think there's a way for them to do that. And so they can complain and talk all they want, but that's our game at the end of the day. We're the ones always just chatting and going at each other, and that energy, that thought, that's always good for our community, and I think it's one of the great things we have. So to then keep them up, keep it up. We like the fights, and we're here to fight, and there's no stopping us.
Yeah. When someone's trolling so hard over and over, you feel like you're doing something right? So Shizzy, what about you, man? Because you got some respect for the kind of how Bitcoin started, but then you got these complainers that just complain, and they kind of now they've become the bankers. You've made that point before. What's your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I mean, they've become everything they hate, right? They hate the TradFi, right? And they've become exactly that. They become the new TradFi. The people who hate everything, don't believe in anything, and they want their system to be how it always was. They don't want no change. And that's just being who you hate at that point, right?
Yeah. What about, I didn't get really your perspective on Arch. We've had,
it does look like they're back.
Are they?
Yeah.
Let's test it out and see if it's
any builders focusing on
going back to the show, guys. We will pop back in momentarily.
Coming on to building, been here for about 2 days now and have already got introduced to at least 4 new projects. People pretty much fresh off the boat. They might have building in other ecosystems, Daniel, like yourself, and they're now trying to build on Bitcoin, trying to build DeFi primitives on Bitcoin. So as some of you here that have been building for a long while, what advice would you give them? Why should they stay and continue? Because let's face it, it's a lot harder to build on Bitcoin than it is on many other ecosystems. We don't have a fancy foundation that's throwing millions of dollars at us, but builders continue to build. So what advice, in short, would you give these builders?
Yeah, I mean, I think it comes down to what Scott said earlier in his last question, which is everyone will come back to Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin is the winning asset. And so as a founder, you should know, you're building in a space that's here to stay, whereas, other chains may come and go, over the next, 5, 10, several even decades, but Bitcoin is definitely going to stay. And so you're working in, one of the best industries. Find your niche. If you have to pivot, you do it. We've done it a few times too, but we always stuck with Bitcoin, and I think it's the best long-term space to work in.
My advice would be, don't shy away from the challenges of building on Bitcoin. Like a lot of people, a lot of other builders like that I've spoken to, when I say I'm building DeFi primitives on Bitcoin, they're like, oh, isn't that like impossible? Like nobody bothers asking the how. They're like, oh, it's impossible. Like you can't do this on Bitcoin. So like, why are you bothering? And there's so much unexplored, trade-offs and unexplored ways to implement things. Like every time a new product launches on Bitcoin, the first thing I do is pop open their docs, and I'm like, how did they do that? It's exciting. It's not just a fork of a fork of a fork of Uniswap. It's not just the 100th fork of Aave. Like it's something new. They've figured out a way. Like there are ways to bypass the challenges, right? Like everybody is like, oh, there's 10-minute blocks. It can't possibly be fast. Arch has found a way. We found a way to allow in-mempool trading with like relative safety. Nobody has been asking these questions because nobody has been trying to build these apps on Bitcoin. I mean, if you even look at Bitcoin testnets, they're like fucking impossible. They're like impossible to work with as an app builder because nobody has really been doing this recently. Like I could see a whole product, somebody just building a good usable testnet for app builders on Bitcoin that has consistency with how mainnet performs. So yeah, don't shy away from challenges, get creative, and there's a lot more that's possible than you would think.
Yeah, some really good advice there. And yeah, don't shy away from the challenges. But if you do come...
So Daniel, specifically to you,
yeah.
The newest entrant to Bitcoin DeFi. So
yeah.
What's been your experience?
So our experience actually, which is very bullish for Arch, is that it's been building on the Arch VM has been very similar to the Solana VM. And the part where we don't really have expertise in is how, how does this all happen natively on Bitcoin? And then the Arch ecosystem teams, especially Saturn, have been really great in helping us out. So if you're a new builder, definitely reach out to other ecosystem teams. And yeah, don't shy away from the challenges.
Yeah, I mean, it's building on Bitcoin is hard. That's for sure. If especially experienced in like something like Solana and all that, especially on the native chain. But what I feel is, of course, like these guys mentioned, don't shy away from the challenges. But more than that, once you have a challenge, don't try to force a solution onto that challenge. Be very open about all the different possibilities in which you can approach that problem. Reach out to different projects who you think can help you out. Everyone in Bitcoin is really helpful and supportive. Yeah, do that. And if you do that, you are going to be saving a lot of your dev time and effort while building, is what I can suggest.
Yeah, I think a lot of takeaways there. So just recapping, one was don't shy away. Definitely. I mean, if you're going to be building on Bitcoin, you're going to be building for the long term. So you might as well take that mindset and not shy away. Reaching out to other builders who are facing similar challenges, great. And then, of course, like you said, in terms of finding ecosystems where you might have an expertise in, and then building on that. So just in closing, in one line, what are you most excited about for yourselves, for your protocols, and where can people find you?
Yeah, I mean, we're excited about the different use cases that we're seeing when it comes to lending and borrowing on Bitcoin. And once we go, we're on the testnet. So you guys, if you guys want, you guys can just check us out. ChaChing.digital is the link. Do try us out, and we are our DMs are open. We're there on Discord, Twitter, Telegram, wherever you want. Reach out to us, and we'll be more than happy to either collaborate or co-work together.
Yeah, really excited to unlock new trading strategies for your guys' Bitcoin. So, and you can find us on Autara.finance.
Yeah. Yeah, it's super excited to be the secure multi-sig for the Bitcoin ecosystem, including Arch, to secure your assets and keep them in a multi-sig safe. So you can find us at Asigna.io on Twitter or just Asigna.io.
I'm excited for the DeFi experience to be what users actually expect, and follow us at radfi_BTC on Twitter. Got some exciting stuff in the pipeline. Thanks.
Thank you. Can we have a round of applause for our wonderful panelists here?
Yeah.
Great job by those guys, man, for sure.
I was gonna say, man, is this a new meme coin token community right here? You lost the Billy glasses, now you got the reverse alien glasses here.
Just mixing it up.
Yeah. So I guess going back to that question we got cut off with last time, because the panel came up. Let's try to get this one in before the next one comes up. But so you hung out with the Arch guys. You feel like that's a good solution. It sounds like you're just looking for like a home base for Bitcoin for everybody to kind of go and bring liquidity to. Does that sound right?
Well, I do think we can have multiple winners. I don't think it's necessarily one winner, one protocol, because I think things will be interoperable eventually. And so I like the Wizards, I like Arch, and I like anyone who's working hard to make Bitcoin a place where we can have DeFi and we can evolve as an ecosystem and we can keep growing. So whoever is offering that, I'm in.
Yeah. Well, what do you think about something like this? Because there seems to be like a lot of layers that are trying to be that solution, right? So you got the Cardanos right now at this conference too. You got Near Protocol, and you have ICP with like Odin.fund. I mean, what about like every layer one is just trying to have good success and help these Bitcoin layer one fungible tokens? Can you see a future like that?
I don't think every L1 is focusing on that. I think L1s that have nothing to focus on are focusing on that.
I mean, there's a little bit of truth to that. But,
yeah, I think they're talking right now.
They're back up. They're back up. We'll continue this conversation in a second.
We saw opportunity in the space. We started originating all these different assets, whether it was bonds, whether it was, looking at real estate funds, gold funds, ETFs, big partners like KKR, Carlyle Group, bringing them on chain. And we said to ourselves, we're like, okay, we need to distribute these assets now. We need to figure out how to solve the problem with fragmented liquidity. And we need to understand how to follow the rules while doing it. So we found Arch. I got in touch with Matt. I said, I want to figure out how to integrate real world assets into Bitcoin and bring yield to the largest liquidity and the most distributed token on earth. And Matt said, I got a good idea. Let's rock and roll. And that was how HoneyB was birthed. This is what exists up here. Matt, you want to tell us a little bit about how this kind of came to be?
Yeah, what's really interesting, I guess, when it comes to creating an RWA platform.
Hold it a little closer to your mouth.
A little closer to my mouth. Test. Okay. Yeah. So it's important to understand, the regulatory compliance piece when it comes to issuing assets, via tokenization, and especially with Bitcoin, where you have this non-censorable money. You have a lot of it is anonymous, non-KYC users, but obviously the widest distribution and most global acceptance and liquidity that exists in digital assets. So partnering with Chintai, who has extraordinary background in regulatory compliance and asset issuance, we figured, why not merge the programmable nature and expressivity and DeFi platform that Arch is bringing, and a lot of the applications like Saturn, Autara, FunkyBit, and Stablecoins, and all these other DeFi applications within the broader Bitcoin context. How can we combine that with the already successful asset issuer and asset issuers that Chintai is already working with? So that's where HoneyB was ultimately formed. Arch is a little bit more focused on creating more utility and use cases and yield for RWA assets. So what you'll eventually find is trading pairs and dexes where you can eventually trade RWA assets, whether it's gold, tokenized Tesla, QQQ, et cetera. You can even trade perps, which there's going to be a platform where you can trade perps pairs with RWA assets, whether it's gold or some of these other things. But as a liquidity provider, you actually can earn yield now by delegating some of these tokenized RWA assets into these pools and making them more performant. So that's what's really interesting from a use case perspective, which is really quite interesting. But Chintai is at the very forefront of all this, and more on the.
Yeah, so let's just say, for example, we have two platforms with HoneyB. We have our institutional platform. We're going to be creating a retail-facing platform. We have to make sure we do this like very securely and make sure that we're following all U.S. securities laws and all laws globally. So our institutional platform has full KYC. You're able to come in. HoneyB has access to all of the Chintai assets that are on record that we've issued to date. And all the assets that we continue to issue, you're going to be able to come in and purchase those assets directly through. Once you complete KYC, you're an accredited investor, qualified purchaser, whoever you are, you can be able to access that and purchase it with Bitcoin directly on your white label platform. That's HoneyB. The second product that we're going to be offering is essentially going to be done through vaults, and it's going to be in a situation where you're going to be able to come in from a retail perspective and be able to purchase something through an abstracted synthetic derivative as a mirrored asset that's really more of a loan structure on the underlying token, so that you can make sure you can offer this individually to retail. This is something that's going to be done where you're going to be able to bring your Bitcoin into Arch, and you're going to be able to directly get access to this yield. So it's going to be, like Evie said, everything from treasuries to private credit to gold funds to ETFs to stocks. You're going to be able to run perps, be able to earn yield that way as well. We have already multiple projects that are coming live.
Nope.
Whoa. No. Am I still there?
We already have a bunch of projects that are coming live. Finish the thought. Here you go.
Yeah. So we're super excited to be working with Arch. We feel like it's going to be the most successful Bitcoin ecosystem in the world. We think they're going to be the biggest project that's going to exist. And when Chintai is looking for partners out there, we feel like we're already the biggest RWA platform out there. Securitize might disagree with us, but that's what I think. So outside of that, we think that Arch and Chintai together can actually build this. And yeah, happy to answer any questions or anything you guys got.
We'll tell them about the tokenized gold deal, smart gold.
We're going to leak that already? Smart gold? No. Go ahead.
No, so Chintai has already begun an underway process of tokenizing and with an asset issuer called Smart Gold, which is a very interesting company that works directly with investment advisors, and wealth managers that can get access to RAs, and we can get more performant yield-bearing tokenized gold. And to that end, we've just tokenized $500 million worth of Smart Gold, which will be available on the Chintai platform and by extension on HoneyB upon mainnet launch. So starting with gold, eventually silver, going to start working into securities and other commodities, but it's going to be quite an interesting dynamic for the rest of the Bitcoin DeFi ecosystem, where now you can actually get exposure to some of these more secure assets, which is pretty interesting.
One of the really tricky things, obviously, when you're looking at DeFi and trying to identify a high quality yield is there's so much crap yield in the space. It doesn't matter if you're working in any ecosystem out there in the world. A lot of these yields are just token juiced yields that if a token drops down 35, 40, 50%, you're screwed. Your entire platform is going to crash overnight. What we want to do is actually bring real high quality yield that already is an actually underwritten, vetted GP who has experience bringing funds on chain. This is something that we found a massive demand for. When we started licensing our technology out to GPs that already have yield funds, that have already had a 15, 20-year track record returning capital to investors, they all said, of course we want to do it through tokenization. Of course we want to offer this to people in DeFi. Let's just make sure we can build the right distribution network. That's what we've done with Arch. And we think we're going to be extremely successful. We're very excited to be doing this.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Awesome, guys. Check out Arch, check out HoneyB, check out Chintai.
All right. That was cool. What do you guys think about Chintai?
Well, that's the guy's name, I think. Because I think HoneyB was the platform. But I actually got really bullish on the tokenization of gold. I mean, if that's going to be something that starts off when Arch launches, that's huge, right? So, that could be a difference between the Bitcoin ecosystem and everybody else. Like people are still like memes are always going to be here. They've had their place. We know that they're not leaving. Some of them will fall off and never come back, but some of the strong communities will stay. But trading tokenized gold in the Bitcoin ecosystem, I think that's a big deal. What do you think?
Smart gold, right? That's kind of what they were saying.
I know you're not
Yeah,
a
of
huge
course,
gold
right?
fan. I know you're not a huge gold fan, but
I would love to have a Bitcoin gold LP. I mean, how cool
Yeah.
would that be, right? And just leave it there forever.
would you play with stuff like that, Bongo? Like if you could leverage trade tokenized gold or, you know, let's say tokenized Tesla or something like that on Arch Network, is that something you'd be interested in?
Yeah, especially if they mix it up with a good Ponzi and they reward me for participating on the platform.
You had to bring
Like
the
a-
DGen out, man.
That's a good crypto product, right? Like, you know, they always have their own tokens and they get attached somehow, or you get to be a participant. The incentive aligns here in crypto very well. And so, yeah, I'll play with it.
Yeah. Well, he also had a good point too. Like, I mean, let's be real. Like, I'm sure all three of us played in the last cycle, 2021, and there was a lot of bull crap yield. Let's be real. Like, juiced up new tokens that came out because it was a DEX, and I mean, if you played it right, you could have made a ton of money. But there was always someone holding the bag pretty quick. Shizzy, if there's something that's like has to do with you know, a revenue distribution that turns into yield, is that something? Do you think that makes the space move forward?
I mean, then we just become stocks, right? I mean, at that point, like,
Well,
it's not
I mean,
even,
an innovative version, and they
Yeah.
don't have. They're in our court now. We're not in theirs. You know what I mean?
yeah, it really depends on how you do it, all right? It's how you do it and how it's rewarded. If it needs to be native DeFi, and I think that's kind of what these guys are kind of building there, right?
Yeah, but it's better than like fluff yield, right? Because like fluff yield always ends up being nothing. You
Well,
know what
there's
I
a
mean?
difference between real yield and not real yield. You know what I mean? Like, it could
Last
be
cycle was
real
what?
yield, but still be exciting.
Last cycle
You know?
was not real yield. It was fluff yield. It was a bunch of
Yeah,
like new
yeah.
DEX pops up and says, "Hey, put your LP. We give you 100,000 APR percent." Right?
I mean, if you believe in the DEX, what's the big deal?
Because where does that come from? Where does the earning come from?
It's kind of like an airdrop. Where does that come from? Right? It's the same thing.
Well, no, airdrops that are done right. Arbitrum's airdrop was 100% investors put into that. Like the investors put into their cash flow went into an airdrop. That's how you're supposed to do an airdrop. Now, obviously,
Yeah,
not
but you can do
everybody
that
does
in
it that
DeFi,
same
though.
way.
Instead of doing the airdrop, you just reward the LPs.
Yeah, so that's where I think the change needs to happen. Is like, okay, this yield's not coming from me. This yield's not coming from the next participant. And something like what was it, HoneyB? HoneyB could, you know, if they're showing that this is legitimate, then I don't know. I think it could give some legitimacy to the space, but I think we always want to have that fun too that Bongo was talking about, right? Let's get some fun in there as well, make the yield worth it and stuff like that.
You can do fun when you're early, right? When you're early, you know what I mean? You can do a lot of slow things because everything's incentivized. Hey guys, this is an incentivized platform. If you incentivize it, you know, for the people who are day one users, then everyone wins. Because we're all day one users of everything.
let's pivot here to the comments for a second. We got Lieutenant Dan, OG, Ordinal OG, been in the space where he says wrong glasses bingo. He called you Bongo, Billy to a Billy.
To a Billy.
And then we got Prime Mind says GM. And then Wick says, I have a question to ask. Well, hey, look, you're an adult. You don't have to ask for permission. Go ahead and ask that question and we'll put it up here. But yeah, so got some fans there in the comments there. But curious, Bongo, I think you have a relative that might be at the conference, right? Or a lookalike at least.
Yeah, I made the mistake of letting people know my brother was down there, and now everyone is finding him and realizing he's taller and better looking than me, and so I'm just mad. I'm just getting mean comments, or I just look at a group chat and they're like, "This is a way better version than Bongo." It's just horrible. Never, if you have a brother that looks better than you, never invite him to anything you do. It's just
That's funny. Yeah, I saw Chris Dev. Shout out Chris Dev, a part of the Emblem Vault team. He connected with your brother and said, "I found Bongo." Joking around, of course, but Yeah, and then Prime Minds is asking when BTC Gold pair back in real life gold. How would that work? So
tokenize gold and put it
and
in
then
there,
send
like
bars. You're gonna send bars to the DEX because this says in real life gold.
Well, I just think
Maybe
he
you're
means
doing
like not like a
something.
PAX gold. I think he means like digitalizing gold itself.
Gotcha.
Right? I think it's a PAX gold is.
Yeah,
like,
I don't think there's another way to do it, but yeah, cool. Maybe soon. Hopefully soon. We just heard a panel talk about that, but yeah. So what are you excited about next, Mongo? What's something that's like getting you excited about besides market cap number go up?
I'm excited for this week and everything that's happening right now. I had a funny tweet yesterday about how runes are outshining and outperforming Ordinals at the Bitcoin conference, and it's funny because they didn't raise any money. And so I do think there's a lagging effect every time you go to an event. I think this is the main event for us as an ecosystem, and I'm eager to see the commentary, the energy next week when everyone comes back from the event, and they get to connect with different people. They're having important conversations down there, and I think a lot of good things will come out of that, and that has me excited. I want to see what's coming next, which one of the all important announcement we had across the ecosystem is going to have a big impact or do very well. I mean, we can see with Liquidium that they've been performing lately, and yeah, they're just grinding things out. So yeah, I want to see what happened after.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, one interesting statistic that Shizzy brought up on our live stream show today was that, and I kind of already knew about this because we've been covering the space for the past 3 years, but every Bitcoin conference, there seems to be a big dump with Bitcoin, like no matter what, whether it's it happens on day 2, it starts on day 2, but there's a pump that leads up to it. I feel like this year is different because people are calling for a bullish rune June, bullish summer. Do you think that the Bitcoin conference breaks the cycle and we don't dump back to 100K or below and we actually continue to go back up, or do you think maybe we continue the cycle or this tradition?
That's the sentiment, and it hasn't been even a year since the last Bitcoin conference. That was late last year, and this one is early this year. So I'm hoping we get a breakout here. It's great timing. I mean, yesterday you got announcement from multiple companies saying they're going to be buying a ton of Bitcoin, and so they're piling in and buying BTC, and we're close to new all-time highs, and we just broke that range, and we touched new levels. So I'm feeling it. I'm bullish, and it seems like the timeline and everyone else feels the same way. Bitcoin dominance is on the rise too, so feels good.
Yeah, I would say
maybe a 1 or 2 day pullback, but after that, I think up only.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm hoping, because I was gonna say I agreed with you up until today, because today it did pull back. But what about you, Shizzy? You think we get that we overcome that bad juju of the conference?
Yeah, I think dog hits 80 billion in the next 12 months. I mean, so
80 billion.
no, just joking around. I just think that this is a little bit of a lag. Everyone is kind of real chill right now. Everyone is relaxed a lot. Most of the Bitcoiners are in Vegas, right? So I think everyone's just kind of partying. No one's really looking at the charts except us who are home. You know what I mean? And we're just kind of like staring at the charts still, like nothing's happening. But I do feel like just like how Bongo does. I think it's up only. After potentially Monday. I mean, Saturday is June 1st, right? So, I mean, June's coming.
Yeah, and I feel like Bitcoin seems to kind of wind down towards the end of the month, right? It's just weird, kind of like, okay,
picks back up,
right? And then once that next month starts off, but I do think we are in this kind of November, December energy of 2024, right? November is May, December is June, but I don't think it ends as bad as kind of December did, right? Well, I should say January actually, it did carry over. But anyhow, the point that I'm making is that energy from May matches up with November, which also the M2 money supply matches up very similar too in those times. And then it continued over to December. I think we continued over to June, but there was a little bit of a pullback in between those 2 months. I think that's what we're probably experiencing right now. But we got some other shout outs here in the chat. Dogfather is definitely an OG in the Ordinals community. I remember when we would do our Saturday spaces way back when, Dogfather would join us, along with Bongo from time to time would jump in there too. So we all kind of go way back into the Ordinals ecosystem in terms of how long we've been here. So shout out to you, Dogfather. Glad you are doing great. And then we have this follow-up, the question actually from In Wix here saying, after the conclusion of testnet tasks on Arch, I noticed the Discord hasn't been lively like it was. People barely talk about the project and few interactions are done on FunkyBit mainnet, which brings about the questions, what phase are we now in Arch network? Are we gearing towards the mainnet, or there would be another round of testnet activity?
We're in the audit phase of Arch. A lot of the audits are conducting. The testing's done. They're confident in everything. They send it to the auditors, and we're waiting for feedback. We're waiting for things to get back so things get fixed and maybe run on the testnet or go live to mainnet. So right now, I think we're in this period of just kind of waiting for the auditors to finish their job.
Yeah, and there's no specific timeline on that, guys. It's like the auditors have to go through each part of it. You want them to meticulously go through it all to make sure that they catch anything. And then also, if you kept up with OnChain Revolution and our Arch Thursdays, towards the end there, when we kind of wound up the series, Nick jumped on and actually spoke specifically about this. And I know we have to go here. He spoke specifically about how the tasks and stuff would wind down. But good question, in Wix. Follow up with them as well. Follow them, and we're going to head back to the panel here and be back momentarily.
Holdings led the round for us at Arch, as well as a few other deals over there. So yeah, that's me. Let's pass it over to Ishani.
Thanks, Caleb. I'm Ashani. I'm a junior partner at Pantera. Have been investing in the Bitcoin space for a while. We haven't made a lot of bets yet, but we hope to in the coming months. Arch and Mezzo are probably the two that we have made the investments in. And yeah, excited to be on this panel with everyone else.
Yeah, no, I'm Toby from Trio. So I'm a co-founder of Trio. We're a Bitcoin native building company. Many of you know us in our origins at Ordinals bot. We helped Ordeez token launch, which went to more than $1 billion. Runestone, which also the token dog that came out of Runestone. We did that airdrop, largest airdrop in Bitcoin history. That also came out. We work with many of the biggest projects in this space. And we'll be talking a bit more about what we're going to be doing on the capital side in the liquid sense related to Bitcoin later on in this panel.
Hi, my name is Brent Fisher. I'm a general partner at DPI Capital. DPI Capital has really leaned into Arch and has become really a quasi ecosystem fund. We are only investing in Arch dApps and trying to create Bitcoin productivity through native Bitcoin denominated yield.
Oh, you got it.
I've already got it. Yeah, I'm Dan Held, and I'm GP at Asymmetric. The Asymmetric Bitcoin DeFi Fund is the fund that Joe McCann and I co-run. We invest in Bitcoin DeFi projects like L2s, Meta Protocols, dApps, and some of our portfolio companies are here, including Arch.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for the introductions. We have a stacked panel, as you guys can see. I like to see more people in the audience here. It's great. We have a lot of people paying attention. Love to see that. I know it's always tough because like at these conferences, I always like to just talk to people in the back. So it's really flattering to see people in the audience here. This is great. We're starting the first question off with a bit of a spicy take. I don't know who was paying attention in the private markets around this time last year, but man, when I was in VC, I made a list of probably like 75 Bitcoin L2s that got funded, pre-seed round at least. Right now, I mean, I'll toss it over to them how many they think is going to continue, being successful. But yeah, I'm gonna toss this over to you guys. So What's the promise of Bitcoin layer 2s or base layer 1s like Arch, and how do you view the current landscape in Bitcoin infrastructure?
Well, I've got the mic in my hand, so I'll go first. But I think Bitcoin L2s and Bitcoin DeFi is the largest opportunity ever to exist in the crypto space. Bitcoin isn't just the biggest L1 out there. It's bigger than everything else combined. And so a lot of people forget that. They're like, oh, ETH is number 2. No, ETH is number 2. And if you took all the other ones and added it to ETH, it still wouldn't be as big as Bitcoin's market cap. So the opportunity is huge. When it comes to DeFi and these L2s, there was definitely a gigantic, I would say, Cambrian explosion, or as some might put it, a Scambrian explosion, like a little scammy ones popped up. I would say about half of the L2s were outright scams, and about half of the remaining ones, so 25% of the total, were with founders who actually were going to stick around and build the thing. A lot of the L2s were very opportunistic and just taking advantage of dumb VCs. So we at Asymmetric were pretty rigorous with how we selected our L2s. And, I've been in Silicon Valley for 10 years and I've met a ton of different founders. And so we look for founders who are relentless. And I'd say the Bitcoin L2 ecosystem, the remaining ones, the serious founders, I think will be building basically the future of Bitcoin, because most of Bitcoin activity is going to happen on these L2s.
And I 100% agree with Dan, right? Like, this is just an amazing opportunity, right? Like, if you think about it, there's $2 trillion of liquidity in Bitcoin that's essentially laying dormant, right? Like we did some analysis saying it's like 1% of wallets had touched ordinals and runes. Like, even if those numbers start to move to 5-10%, you suddenly have the whole ecosystem overtaking Ethereum, Solana. It's just going to be insane. And obviously it's a great privilege to be here at the Arch event, and we're at Trio. We obviously collaborated with them on our house tonight. So we're doing Mike Tyson house. That's really cool. But I think from our perspective, so official Arda party of here, which is great. And then even better than that is I'm going to reveal here, we're launching a Trio DEX at the moment. So we've been doing deep analysis of all the different layer 2s leveraging Bitcoin. And I think what you're getting right now is like a true logic layer of all these different people. Like when Arch goes live, it's going to be amazing. But there's so many incredible teams that have been dormant that are going to just supercharge Bitcoin.
Yeah, and then just to add to that, Bitcoin so far has had product market fit as an asset. I think the network, however, is fairly decoupled. And so with all of the L2s, the hope was or is that there's room for more expression on Bitcoin network itself. And to Dan's point, majority of those were, not real L2s. Since then, the market's really thinned out. There's fewer players that are still kind of building and shipping. Arch is obviously one of them. And so I think we're going to see one or two of these on Bitcoin that actually end up dominating that market and being able to build applications that utilize Bitcoin as a collateral, as the asset itself, and kind of go back into converging the asset and the network together.
Yeah, I will say that if you really look at the unlocked potential, how massive scale this could possibly be, right? You only need to unlock 2% of Bitcoin into DeFi to match all of Ethereum's DeFi right now. I think that says a lot, and I think a programmable layer is the most important thing that we could actually build. I've looked at this space for a long time, and I don't see a lot of L2s actually building a programmable layer like Arch is doing, with the security it's doing, with the institutional grade custodial it's doing. And I think the ecosystem itself is like a sign of like how important this is. Bitcoin can, when you store Bitcoin in cold storage and we have these treasuries like being created, that's not really productive for Bitcoin in itself, because the miners actually need to have a reason to create blocks. And I think that what Arch is doing is giving miners hope and giving Bitcoin yield a position that is way going to outstrip Ethereum.
Awesome, yeah. So I guess to summarize these points, Bitcoin, $2 trillion. What if it could work like how Ethereum does? sounds like a big opportunity. Now, we have the infrastructure, right? We're building it, mainnet soon. What is the killer app, or what will be the killer app in your guys' opinions?
Yeah, I have a few thoughts on this. I think the first one's going to be lending. Again, going back to the point that Bitcoin, the asset, has a ton of product market fit. Athena, as a decentralized algorithmic stablecoin on Ethereum, would not exist without Bitcoin being this $2 trillion asset. It uses funding rates. So having all of that actually be on the Bitcoin network is a massive opportunity. Obviously, we're not going to start off building Athena-like products right off the bat, but I think lending market is probably one of the biggest one that I'm super bullish about. Followed by that is going to be like stablecoin liquidity. And so those kind of go hand in hand, I would say. And then the second biggest opportunity is going to be like Bitcoin yield, whatever that looks like. It can be native Bitcoin denominated yield through lending activities, or it can be through more through other strategies like basis trade or anything else. And so that opportunity and being able to capture that by the network itself on chain is actually something that we're looking very excitedly about, like trying to fund something like that.
Yeah, I'd plus one that I think on the lending market side, like we're going to see a lot of different ways to earn yield with your Bitcoin. Similarly, we've seen a lot of product market fit for borrowing dollars using your Bitcoin as collateral. We've seen that in CeFi solutions and on DeFi on top of Ethereum and Solana, where people are borrowing dollars using their Bitcoin as collateral. Those are like the two, I would say, most explicit and easy to understand use cases. Some of the yield generation stuff's really interesting, where, for example, Babylon is using Bitcoin as a proof of stake asset for other proof of stake chains. That was a use case that I did not anticipate. And I also think there might be other use cases that we don't anticipate that'll come out that could be equally as big. So TLDR, lending and borrowing, I think are the biggest ones that are foreseeable today. But certainly once DeFi kind of blossoms due to its composability, due to its expressivity, there's all sorts of things you can do. So it'll be, I don't think it'll be just one killer app. There's going to be a lot of killer apps.
Yeah, I agree with that. So I think Bitcoin denominated yield is probably the most important thing for Bitcoin. I think that right now these public treasury models are super risky and potentially even systemic. When you are leveraging on fiat, right? So you have two asset classes, really. You have the stock itself, which you have to manage, and then you have Bitcoin as well. And I think that, I think that what Arch is creating with Bitcoin denominated yield is going to be the solution for Bitcoin yield and Bitcoin productivity. It actually is super important because I think that the systemic risk of public leverage has never worked out. If you look in history, long-term capital, I mean, algorithmic trading it always has a flaw, right? It only takes AI to figure it out, and then they'll push margin calls. So I think that if institutional grade
Yeah, and I agree that sort of figuring out more kind of DeFi solutions for yield is super important, right? Like you need only think like of all of these like centralized exchanges that are offering yield on your Bitcoin. It's clearly it didn't work out that well last time.
It's scary. It's scary.
So at least this time, there's more of a DeFi alternative. I think it's scaling quicker than people can imagine. I'm going to take a slightly different view because like I kind of feel like yield on Bitcoin is a product that like you can get at Coinbase, right? Like I think what's really, really cool about all of the different layer 2s and scaling solutions and what they're turbocharging, and the reason why we want to build a DEX is because like actually you want more complex tokenized assets with a link to Bitcoin. So obviously I know that the yield play links very more naturally to Bitcoiners, but I think a lot of people want the same innovation they've seen across the entire space but coming to Bitcoin as well. And I think it's gonna, like clearly it's gonna be like the Bitcoin dominant, but innovation cycle.
Awesome. So yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Like taking a loan out against your Bitcoin, pretty obvious. I remember I was digging into the MakerDAO forums, or now it's called Sky or something, right? And this was when the whole WBTC debacle was happening. And there was this guy in the chat being like, yo, like I took out a loan against my WBTC. I'm still not done paying my mortgage. So I can't, because they were forcing people to pay back their loans to get rid of WBTC. So this is a proven concept for sure. And also, who doesn't like earning passive income on your assets? So I kind of want to transition into more of the yield discussion here. I think Brent brought up a few interesting points about the financialization of Bitcoin and what MicroStrategy and other companies are working on right now. Obviously, Arch is building a Bitcoin denominated economy, which leads to real yield on Bitcoin. So very broad, open-ended questions here. I know Dan also has written a lot about Bitcoin yield, and all of our panelists have talked about it a lot. So, I mean, first and foremost, is the yield real? Is it sustainable? Where is it coming from? Where will it come from?
Well, I'll start because I started to write a yield tweet storm back in the 2020 era with CeFi yield and DeFi yield. And I believe I was one of the first to kind of compile all the different types of yield that was being generated back in that era. Obviously, CeFi yield, you're taking counterparty risk in addition to the risk, Juthika Chow, who created LedgerX, which is the first derivatives exchange in Bitcoin. She was a Goldman Sachs derivatives trader prior to that, and her thoughts on yield, I think, really exceptionally summarizes what yield represents. And yield represents your monetization of some tail risk. That's what all yield is. You're being compensated for a tail risk event. And so your goal as someone who's hunting for yield is the yield that you're receiving, is that compensating you for the risk that you're taking? So I just want to highlight that part first, because that's really critical to examine. Is it's not about how much yield you get, it's what yield are you getting for the risk that you're taking. And so when you look at the spectrum of opportunities, you've got CeFi yield, you've got DeFi yield. DeFi yield is usually tranched in a couple different buckets. One would be providing liquidity, for example, like Lightning channels. You can provide liquidity and earn a yield with that. Join market, which has been around for over a decade in Bitcoin. You get paid to provide liquidity for people who want to mix and obfuscate their coin ownership. So that's being compensated via yield to mix your coins. And then you have all sorts of yield on kind of more modern day Bitcoin DeFi protocols. A lot of that yield, by the way, is representative of incentive yield. So the protocol itself will have a native token, and they'll give that to you in addition to the yield that you're earning. So yeah, TLDR, yield is earned a variety of different methods, either liquidity, lending borrowing risk, or mixing, etc. But yeah, there's a lot of different ways to earn it.
Yeah, I think with yield, there's two models of yield, right? So there's an extraction of value, which is not great, and then there's accretive value. So I think that with Bitcoin denominated yield, with Arch, you have accretive value, right? Because you're getting Bitcoin denominated yield. I think derivatives, they scare me a little bit because they are an extraction of value, right? And we've seen over history, the extraction of value eventually collapse. And so I feel like, I think that like the accretive model, the Bitcoin denominated yield is the way to go. I think everything else is just a shell game. And that's why MicroStrategies and some of these other ones that are popping up make me nervous, because they are actually an extraction of value. And so they're extracting value from Bitcoin. At the end of the day, that's what they are. So yeah, I mean, I'm more on the lines of Bitcoin denominated yield, because I think that yield is more productive for Bitcoin itself as a asset class.
Yeah, no, well, but I think we're all seeing the same hint sheet. I kind of think like obviously, like we were talking about before the panel, like there is kind of risk building up in the system. Like it's actually almost scary how quickly the conversation in crypto generally has moved to like really high yields across all the exchanges, across like there's gonna be a pop, there is at some point, but like I think from our point of view right now, the Bitcoin yield narrative and Bitcoin native yield narrative is like it's really just beginning, right? Yeah. So I think like the DeFi ecosystem being built on top of Bitcoin is like this sort of massive opportunity that's like totally underappreciated by like even most even most Bitcoiners and most crypto people, right? Like, and I think like, but the moment people hear it, I think you can see like with the success of Arch, right? Like, and so many other things, like it's really gearing up. And I think like you're going to get so many interesting financial moves built on top of Bitcoin. I think now is everyone to think about like how we do it right, how we make a system that doesn't completely implode. Like markets do what markets do, but like I think this time we have to learn the lessons of the past. A warning note is in many cases we're already seeing the yields getting from the major exchanges going up massively. So I'm just pumped that Bitcoin DeFi is coming.
Those are leveraged.
Yeah.
I feel like they're leveraged.
Yeah, they're completely leveraged. Yeah, but it's happening, right? And it will happen inevitably.
Yeah, totally.
I'll take like a slightly different approach to this question, which is as a founder, if you're building something that is providing Bitcoin yield, how do you survive the market? And so I think with the last 2021 cycle, with all of the credit market where it did shrink after BlockFi, Celsius, all of those guys, I think it was also a big issue for risk management. It wasn't necessarily that the yields were they did exist, but they did compress over time. And to maintain market share, what companies did was they just tried to squeeze out as much yield, maintain and compete on the percentages as possible. And after having several conversations with founders in that kind of in 2021 era who didn't necessarily, they weren't affected by Celsius or some of the other players, but they did still in fact die, was because they just couldn't survive. They squeezed out everything from their balance sheets to maintain that yield, took on big losses. And so if you're a founder thinking about this, it's okay to lose market share from time to time, give out lower yields, but the trade-off here that you're making is that you're going to survive 6 months down the line. And so that's kind of the approach I would say with this kind of yield crazed market that we're entering soon, is if you're building into that, it's fine to take a step back a little bit for a bit and really evaluate your resources.
For sure. Everyone wants yield, no one wants to risk their money, right? So, reminds me of the old phrase, everyone wants to go to heaven, no one wants to die, right? You want all the upside, no the downside. Right. Great, I think those are all really good takes. What's interesting right now is that you're seeing like a lot of PMF with like Babylon, for example, where you're just getting paid to basically take on smart contract risk. That's all it is. It's not like real yield, right? Sorry if there's any Babylon people in the audience, that's a hot take. And so it'd be cool to see like how Bitcoin ecosystem is fully developed and you're seeing Bitcoin denominated yield come about from real DeFi activity, how that will develop. It kind of reminds me of like DeFi 1.0 to DeFi 2.0 in the Ethereum days, right? Anyway, new topic now. You guys are all venture investors. I'm curious, what's exciting you these days in the markets? Are you just a lot of decks circulating your desk? Are you finding any topics interesting? Can be Bitcoin, can be not, whatever is the most interesting to you. Just curious, what's top of mind for you?
Well, we at Asymmetric, we've deployed about a third of our fund. And so we focus solely on the Bitcoin DeFi category, so I can comment on that versus we don't look at any other sectors. There was a flurry of activity in 2024. Things have definitely slowed down a bit. Granted, we are quite picky. So for us, we looked at over 200 deals in Bitcoin DeFi, and we've invested in about 10. So we we're pretty picky. And again, I've been a founder twice. So as a VC, it was actually shocking to learn as a venture capitalist that most VCs are not operators, like they've never worked in a startup. Sorry, and I don't know if anyone on this panel is like that, but okay, yeah. So for me, it's kind of shocking because how are you supposed to evaluate early stage talent if you've never been there yourself? So I've had a startup succeed and I've had one fail. So for me, I've had a mixed bag of both, right? Yeah, it's a good experience to fail. It humbles you, helps you understand where you went wrong. And so for us, we're very, very picky. But if I were to kind of summarize my thinking, I would say that there was a lot of activity last year, definitely slowed down a bit. I think it'll pick back up once the bull run begins. Our fund is deploying kind of awkwardly before, in early 24, and we'll be cutting checks through 2026. So we're kind of in between cycles, whereas a lot of funds try to time their deployment before the next cycle begins. So for us, our portfolio consists of a bunch of portfolio companies in 2024, and then all the way through this bull run and maybe a bear market on the backside. So yeah, there's not as many Bitcoin startups being started in 2025 as 2024. But again, we looked at over 200 and we certainly didn't see everything. So there's probably at least 300 Bitcoin DeFi companies.
Yeah, that's interesting. So when we started our fund, I started as a generalist. I've been in the space since 2013, so I kind of looked at it as a generalist viewpoint. And then started realizing that like a lot of the deal flow just really wasn't attractive, and kind of felt like, wow, this is like a whack-a-mole model almost, like you just like kind of hit or miss. Ran into Matt and Arch and started realizing like this is the play. So I leaned in, and I think everybody knows that DPI only invests in Arch ecosystem. I do think that the potential is there for it to overtake pretty much every token except for Bitcoin. So I decided, well, if I feel this way, then why not just like lean in and just like make this our play? It actually, I know a lot of people in the VC world were saying that I'm actually taking a huge risk. I actually feel like I'm mitigating risk, to be quite honest, because I know what I'm investing in. So for us as a VC fund, we feel very comfortable and safe with the position that we're in right now, and investing in these pillars into the Arch ecosystem just really makes a lot of sense for us. And so I'm not going to quote Warren Buffett, but diversification for diversification doesn't mitigate risk, right? So I kind of feel like that our fund is really focused and highly targeted, and it's also great to have a team like Arch to kind of help guide us through these investment processes, because we can actually pinpoint the need through Arch and their team to put us on the right path for each of these investments. So yeah, I think that I'm super fortunate to have found Arch and found Matt, and highly focused on that. So yeah, I mean, I really do think that this is the answer, and I think that we're all here together because of we believe that as well. So yeah.
So I sort of interestingly like Trio kind of as a launch pad just became almost very naturally like a VC / incubator. So because we just literally had a very easy product for people to drag and drop launch a product. So we actually ended up going, how do we ensure that all our products and products wanting to launch on Bitcoin were able to sort of move to market. So we're essentially interested in any group that's credible, that's looking to launch a native token or a native ordinal or whatever it is, right? And really sort of figure out the problems of where they go. So we're probably one of the most esoteric early stage groups in some ways here, because we're kind of going, okay, can we incubate someone wanting to put gold on Bitcoin? Can we work with Runestone, right? Leonidas came to us and goes, where do you go from there? And from there, we're going, okay, let's build a DEX but then we've got a big functioning launchpad that's been doing a lot of these things. And then our thinking is, how do you combine that into getting interesting tokens that like, I think we're really just at the start, right? Like there's just like the first wave of Bitcoin tokens has really been like meme coins, kind of almost vaporware, right? But you're gradually getting like a whole series of like I think like what we're seeing here with Arch, right? Like is a really good example of how serious these Bitcoin native groups are becoming. And we just think there's a lot more of them.
Yeah, I would say like Pantera is in one of the later stage ventures compared to everyone on the panel here. So we're here to, we're ideal partners for Series A rounds, and so we come in a little bit later. I would say we're here to mark up all of their best portfolios for the next round. In terms of what's interesting, outside of Bitcoin DeFi, I would say we're looking at a couple of different directions in DeFi itself, using things like zk-TLS, potentially finding ways to actually have sustainable token launches on chain for serious companies, not just like the meme coins that we've had in the past. And that's agnostic to networks, right? It can be on Ethereum, it can be on Solana or on Bitcoin, we don't care. Basically trying to be able to flip the narrative on token launches and all of the fees and the high leverage and pricing power that centralized exchanges today have. Can we bring that on chain? And that requires a lot more liquidity on chain as well, but then also tools to be able to do a successful launch. I would say like those are the two big topics we're looking at. And then it seems like more recently people are back again interested in fixed income models, and that's more on the Ethereum side, but bond markets have come back again and getting a lot of pitches for that. So not sure how that would work, but that's something we're looking at as well.
Cool. I like how all these guys were like, yeah, Bitcoin. It's good. Especially this guy, Brent. It's like only Arch. If you're building an Arch, you get money.
That's it.
I love it. Yeah, it's interesting. I think what Shani said, like there's always, you always see like capital formation, right? Be the center of every big cycle. I think most recently it was meme coins. Now I guess that begets maybe more legit token launches. I definitely like to see more advanced products, kind of like what Pasternak was pushing, making it super easy to launch. And we're looking for someone to build something like that on Arch as well. So if there's anyone in the audience who's interested, hit me up afterwards. I'm gonna throw a wild card at you guys. I didn't tell you about this one, but maybe you have something ready. Just hot takes. Any like spicy, caliente takes on crypto or whatever it may be.
Yeah, so my hot take. I think that closed-ended funds actually have damaged the industry quite a bit. As a VC, I'm actually looking to shift to an open-ended fund. I think open-ended funds make a lot more sense, but it was hard to do that when you couldn't get yield off Bitcoin, right? So you didn't have the products. But I do think closed-ended funds are not good for the industry because you have to sell the token, right? So if you're a VC and you're in year 4, and it's an 8-year fund, and you invest in a token or a project, you got 4 years to sell, right? So, yeah, my hot take is that even though I'm a VC, I'm actually starting to think differently about it, and I think that open-ended, more of a hedge fund style would be better for industry, and I think that we'll start seeing more open-ended funds now that we have Bitcoin yield.
Not on that topic specifically. I'm a VC. I love VCs. It's a great model. but outside of that, I've got a separate comment, which is around the asset-backed stables. So asset-backed stables are where you use Bitcoin and you're able to create a synthetic dollar, and Bitcoin basically backs that dollar. We saw over a dozen projects pitch us, and we fundamentally reject those as a concept. One, we see empirically with MakerDAO, they resorted to centralized collateral because of that all breaking. And from a very basic first principles perspective, it's essentially a thermodynamics problem. If you're trying to reduce entropy in a system and you do not have infinity energy to reduce that entropy over time because you have a fixed amount of collateral or a limited amount of collateral that can absorb that volatility. Similarly, no fiat currency has ever maintained a peg, ever. I mean, over a long enough time, they all break their peg.
Right, yeah.
So,
Good point.
the idea behind, Bitcoin backing a synthetic dollar, we fundamentally rejected asymmetric.
Yeah, that's a good point. Anyone else got hot takes?
You want to take it? I can have it. So I guess like we've been like I think you probably haven't seen the token standard that triumphs, and I'm really riffing here, but like maybe Rune BRC20 get superseded by something else, because like it seems that like and probably heresy to say in an Arch conference, but I think it just seems that the traction hasn't been there enough, right? Like maybe another token standard ends up being built on Arch, right? Like because or other of the layer twos, right? Like, but it's just like the damage done in the initial launch of Runes is controversial, and there's a lot to recover from it.
I don't know if I have a good hot take, but I know I've heard around this conference in Accelerate last week that there's a bull market coming. I just don't know if that's coming. Like, I feel bad saying this, but I'm not sure.
That's spicy.
I know. I mean, I have no great points pointing to that direction. Like, what is the evidence? I'm willing to listen to it, but yeah, that's all I'll say.
Well, it's a better market for investors for sure, the longer we're in the bear, right? I just think it's funny that it's like the best time to deploy capital is when you're in the bear market, right?
That is true, but a lot of funds are also raising capital, and so that's actually not good for them.
Right, because there's more money to deploy when the number is up, right? So that's when you want to. Anyway, my hot take is that if you're launching a token, you either need to convince like the Saudi sovereign wealth fund to buy into it on day one, or you just start price discovery at zero on like a bonding curve sort of mechanism. I'm happy to discuss that after the panel as well. So I think that puts us just about time. We do have like 2 minutes left, so if any of you guys have some closing remarks, I'd welcome it. Otherwise, we can get off the stage. Yeah, thank you so much, guys. Give a round of applause for our wonderful panelists here.
So what do you feel with Dan Held saying he doesn't believe in Bitcoin-backed stablecoins? I mean,
I think it's more of a ideology that he has. It's more of like, hey, look, I believe in Bitcoin, long-term outlook and all that stuff, but because it's volatile, there could be a point where the peg doesn't, and I think like if you look down, down the line 10 years from where we are right now, I think in the beginning that would be way more shaky than 10 years from now, right? Because 10 years from now it should be way more sustainable. But it's definitely there was a couple of hot takes there, right? Toby actually briefly, but he probably doesn't even remember me. I met him. He's actually behind Ordinals bot with was it Bruffstar? And so I met him in Singapore, but his hot take about a token standard, right? I don't agree with like a token standard with Arch being superseding because it's not born on Bitcoin layer 1. You know what I mean? It wouldn't be born on Bitcoin layer 1 necessarily.
It would roll up on Bitcoin layer 1.
But why could you not just do that with runes? You know what I mean? Because you could just do that with runes. You could just do that with runes in this essence of like it's already birthed on Bitcoin, and they can just roll it into their smart contract, virtual machine. So why a token standard birthed on Arch rolling back to Bitcoin? Like it just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, man. And last thing before we get to run to the stage, man, I got a man crush on Brett and and Dan Held, man. Those guys are freaking they're awesome. Like hearing them speak, especially Brett when he was like basically all in on Arch. I mean, you're a VC and you're all in on Arch, and then Dan Held, man,
he's taking that gamble for sure.
Yeah, 200. He looked at 200 companies and invested in 10. Like that's
should tell you
huge.
something, right?
Yeah, man.
Yep.
You think they're ready or?
Is this a keynote?
Which is the most important part.
Yeah,
So
let's jump back here.
I'm sure we can showcase it. I've not really seen it, to be honest. So this is the first time I'm going to look at it as well. Let's have a look.
If you just want to tell them what Ordeez does.
Yeah. So we're first building out our first product is a buy now, pay later for Ordinals. It's predominantly working on Ordinals at the moment because we're using this as a use case for both non-fungibles in the future. But we're also looking at ways that we can forest the community behind it and actually get the product tested. In short, what it allows is you to purchase an ordinal at 20% down payment. The remaining 80% will be paid by Ordeez itself and whole will be held in an escrow via Arch programs. And that's why it's important for us to be building on Arch itself. In regards to the product itself, so super easy testnet. Again, the main reason why we're doing a testnet is because we want people like myself and people in the crowd who have ordinals to really test out how the platform works. So again, super easy to use interaction phase, authorize the app for all of these quests that we have. But I guess it will move on to a section here which really talks about how the product itself will work and how, again, we're not relying on just ordinals as itself as a fungible market, but where we can target other non-fungible products like your BRC 2.0s, your runes in the future as well. And the kind of how the clockwork works itself is the same whether it's any asset. So again, it's just going to go through this part here, which is selecting your fees. We're then looking at collections. We're then looking at which ordinal you want to select. But of course, it's a quest stage. So each individual will have a quest to first buy an ordinal, and then he will also have a stage where he can go and use the buy now, pay later. As part of this quest features, we have built a marketplace, and this was actually one of our first pivots. But for us as a product, we're not looking to be a B2C solution. So we're not looking to launch a marketplace in the future. We're looking to integrate with the likes of ME, Trio, Magisat, and these are the conversations that we've been having over the last kind of 6 months when we are ready to roll out. Very simple. It's good to pause it here, Nick, for a sec. Can we pause it? All right. So this stage here actually allows you to select the amount you want when it comes to the percentage of down payments. So you can have a 20%, a 30%, 40%, and it can go up, but it is asset dependent. We're not the same. We've got to have DeFi risk analyses on each kind of asset class, asset product we do to make sure that we're above when it comes to liquidation. So that protocol is never in a loss, but more importantly is to protect the end user as well. And that's something that we're keen on doing, but making sure that we can keep that up as well. Just press play. So this will allow you to select, of course, look at BTC fees. And then, of course, it will move over into like a loan wallet with the inscription ID to telling you what you purchase. Now, the journey from there to the escrow really is where the B2B aspect comes in. So what we're not looking to do is hold off and become a marketplace, but become an escrow service so you can actually trade the ordinal on a marketplace. You could sell the ordinal or you could just keep it. So it really comes down to the 3 different asset classes or different types of investors that you have. Mr. Short term might want to trade on a daily basis. Your medium-term investor is looking at, okay, well, Bitcoin's at 90 right now. If we see an increase up to 105, then we're going to see actually the ordinal volume increase. And that's when he's looking to capitalize on it. And then your long-term investor is happy to only pay a 20% down payment now and then pay the interest over a longer period of time, just so that he is able to then stretch his capital longer. It's important to also note, guys, that even though we're testnet built on our first product, the testnet is not just for the buy now, pay later itself, but also utilizes a platform as a whole. So what it does is it allows us to test the platform, the staking, the rewards mechanism, the liquidations mechanism, and also the back end of it, which is how are we going to pay fees, how are we going to earn yield. But also this is just one of the many rails that we're looking into. So buy now, pay later is the first. We're also looking into your over collateralized loans. We're looking at CDPs, so your stable tokens. We're looking at insurance protocols, credit lines, IRL payments, right? And this is how we've seen predominantly many of the or liquidity protocols in our ecosystem just follow the same suit. I think the important factor of why we're different is first, of course, we're native. If we look at across the board and you look at the likes of Avalon, BounceBit, and some of the other larger liquidity protocols, they all operate on an LST or a bridging model, which takes away the centralization or security factor of Bitcoin itself. That's something that we're looking to eliminate with the likes of Ordeez itself. Where we are right now, we're going testnet next week. We were supposed to go this week, but we've moved it forward a week. Testnet live next week, and then hopefully live with Arch on mainnet soon. Thank you for having me, guys. I think I've explained it pretty well. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks for that, Haas. Appreciate it. Awesome. All right, we've got 5 minutes here, I think, before our next panel.
Yeah, man. So Haas is a 6'9" giant.
Yeah, yeah. We've had him on our show too on the Arch Thursdays, but we've taken a look at Ordeez, and it seems like a pretty cool product. I think it's a ordinal kind of lending and borrowing, but with some pretty cool dynamics in it. What'd you think?
Yeah, Ordeez. I mean, if it works properly, when I think it is, I mean, I think it has the right guys behind it. I mean, it could be one of the killer apps, especially
One of the
Arch.
winners.
Yeah,
yeah. Which, I mean, to be fair, that it's going to be pretty competitive to be that killer app over there. They do have a lot of potential when it comes to
if I can
builders.
buy now and pay later.
Oh, that's what started the U.S. debt cycle, dude. Are you kidding me?
Like, that's exactly my point, though. Right? Like that's a big.
Yeah,
People
but it was credit
are,
cards in the 80s, credit cards in the late 80s, early 90s, buy now,
Yeah.
pay later everywhere. But hey, I guess you got to have that and a new financial system, right? Every time. But yeah, I mean, and kind of going back to the previous panel there with the investors, that was my favorite one so far. I felt like it really showed some of the confidence that these investors have in Arch, right? I mean, you saw what I think it was 5 separate different investors there, and one of the things that go ahead.
Four.
Okay. Yeah, 4 different investors there. And one thing that stuck out to me is actually Caleb, I believe, was the host, and he said that Pasternak, which is Ben Pasternak, he started a application on Solana recently called the Believe app, and it really is trying to get away from the meme coins, the no utility coins, and allow businesses, startups to launch on Solana. And I actually was thinking the other day, why not do this for Runes or the Bitcoin ecosystem? And he stated, if you're thinking about creating that, reach out to him. So if you are a developer or builder thinking about creating a launchpad that is for utility, and you can maybe get this app on the Apple App Store, Google Play, I would say reach out to them if you're serious about building, because I think that could be something that really benefits the Bitcoin ecosystem, especially with what it seems like the culture is with the apps around in the Arch ecosystem. I don't know.
Yeah, 100%. Let's kind of jump through, take a look, kind of go back, because we didn't really think of a lot of time to talk about each one. So I'm just going to bring up the ones that we did. So BTC DeFi and staking was the first one, unlocking dormant capital, right? You had Jan, you had Chan, you had Dylan from Bitflow, and then Farmer Joe, right? Going back to this one, what was like one of the takes that you got from basically unlocking dormant capital?
I think it was more of just, a lot of these people have been in our space for a while, and it shows that like the builders and community in the Bitcoin ecosystem are resilient, especially when you're talking about this new guard, this new class starting from 2023, late 2022. Farmer Joe's been around since the beginning. Jan has been around and learned a ton. Obviously he works for Xverse. And then Chan, I know that like we're just knowing him as like the Brotocol co-founder, but he said he's been building on Bitcoin for 5 years, right? So he has that kind of previous, whether it's Rootstock, Lightning, wherever he was building, and then carried over to here because he saw this need of basically unlocking DeFi and staking, but doing it from different environments and bringing them all here. It seems like seems to be the deal. And then Bitflow has been picking up a lot of momentum as well. So I was impressed with it, but kind of seeing some of the familiar faces feels good. Meaning that our ecosystem is sustainable.
Yeah, 100%. And like I actually learned a lot about Bitflow. Bitflow is one of those projects that's been you hear about them, but we just never kind of dug into them, right? And it's definitely something that I want to do, dig into them a little bit, see what they're all about. Bro Protocol, bringing on Nakeeb, right? That's Nakeeb's project with
Yep.
Chan, right? So, definitely bullish on that. Xverse, I mean, I I love Xverse. I use it constantly. And then you got someone you know, like a Farmer Joe, for instance, right? Who's probably one of the best investors in this ecosystem as of now, before Dan Heller really got in and stuff like that, right? So it's definitely really it was a really amazing segment for sure.
Yeah. And he also, obviously, a lot of that was retail getting him to probably
Yeah.
being able to invest in entities.
I know, for
So
sure.
pretty cool there.
All right, the next one was cultural Bitcoin with Tommy Two Clubs, right? You had Snooptoshi, you had Camski, you had NFT Supply, who we had on the show, and then Stephen Miller, who was someone that I just kind of learned about, Ordinals Curator, right? But yeah, that was a really interesting one. Snooptoshi killed it as always. Tommy Two Clubs actually did a great job of that one, moderating that. So that was a really good segment as well.
We got to meet Tommy in NYC for NFT NYC. Or NYC NFT, whatever the heck you want to call it. But yeah, again, just another example of our ecosystem builders just staying here. Yeah, these builders have been here since the jump. Stephen Miller's the only one that I didn't really recognize, but maybe just because we didn't, venture off into that corner of the Ordinals ecosystem. But seems like he's been around for a while as an Ordinals curator. So cool. Yeah, it was
100%.
good to see that.
And then the keynotes were really good. The Hex one was awesome. It was awesome to see what Hex looks like. I actually pictured him like that, honestly. So it's really cool when you can picture. Like I pictured him kind of looks like Chad Bennington from Lincoln Park. He had that
a little bit, yeah.
Feel to him a little bit. So definitely really cool to kind of put a face to the voice now, because we've talked to him got over 20 times at this point.
There's been a lot, since the early days when he was trying to build directly on Bitcoin Layer 1 only, using those unique sats approach and stuff like that. But yeah, look, I think Saturn probably has the biggest opportunity wise in terms of a single DEX, right? Obviously, there's aggregators and stuff like that, but with Saturn, they are being looked at as the main DEX for Arch. So if Arch succeeds, and Saturn, as long as there's nothing wrong with the protocol, then they will succeed, right? Because they are kind of being looked at as that main DEX there, and so it's going to be exciting to see how that rolls out, right? But we'll see if it'll be kind of like the liquidity collector for the Bitcoin ecosystem.
Well, yeah, that's kind of what he said. He was like, yeah, you can call us a DEX, but at the same time, we're the liquidity layer, right? That lives on top of Arch. And that was the biggest takeaway for me. And that one was that makes a lot of sense. You will be the number one place to potentially add liquidity, aggregate liquidity, right? And that's a bigger asset as well, being somewhere where everyone kind of goes to, because you're always constantly being used, so you're constantly getting fees and stuff like that. So that's how you win as a DEX for sure. And then we had the Serge Sats and Erin. That was absolutely amazing as well. That was really cool to kind of see them two kind of sit down together. Really great chemistry between the two of them. Was really fun and out there. That was a really good one. It does look like that
Here's actually Matt Mediano, the CEO of Arch Networks. So if you guys want to come on up.
Sweet. All right. Last panel of the day.
Crowd goes miles, bro.
Yeah. And we can go.
All right. Let's get this on.
Congrats to the Chelsea fans.
Chelsea fans, we won this. You might notice that I was supposed to be on the earlier panel, but I wasn't there. All I have to say is that Domo were caught up in official Bitcoin business, aka watching Chelsea win the Conference League, and very, very happy. But take it away, Matt. Sorry.
Sure thing. So this hello, Mike. Here we go. Okay. Yeah. So this panel is focused on stablecoins and DeFi primitives on Bitcoin, which I think is one of the more exciting panels because for the longest time, Bitcoin has been the most widely adopted and accepted digital asset, but it's obviously lacked programmability, which really transforms it, not just from money it transforms it from money into actually scalable infrastructure for a digital economy. So I'd like to introduce the panelists here. We've got Jacob from Hermetica, Sid from Bima, Domo, the creator of BRC20, and Elizabeth from Magic Eden. I'd like them to introduce themselves a little bit and what they're specifically working on within the DeFi primitives and stablecoin space.
Yeah, thanks, Matt.
You can't hear? Yeah.
Just talk. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, Jacob, founder CEO of Hermetica. We're building a Bitcoin-backed yield-bearing stablecoin. We essentially couple a spot position on Bitcoin with a short on the futures market. We lock in the dollar value of Bitcoin. That's how you can think of it. We issue that on chain as a stablecoin. And then there's a yield component to it. Since we're short the futures markets, we're collecting funding rates, and we pass that on to people that stake the stablecoin. It's all backed by Bitcoin. We only hold Bitcoin as a reserve asset. And there's a very significant real yield that we pass on to DeFi users. Yeah, that's me.
Awesome. Hey guys, I'm Sid, the founder of Bima. Bima is not too far off from Hermetica. We're a Bitcoin CDP like maker. You're able to borrow stables against your Bitcoin or different types of Bitcoin-backed assets, baked assets, whatever you want to call it. And you'd be able to deploy them into a strategy marketplace. I think the entire vision behind this is looking at where there is a gap in USDC, USDT lending, borrowing APYs on Morpho and Aave. It's expensive to borrow stable dollars against your BTC. And I think one of the most important things is that we could use it for payments, but I think a lot of people, when they have Bitcoin, they want to earn more yield on their Bitcoin. So one aspect of this is, of course, the CDP, but we have a lot more cool, I want to call them hybrid style instrumentation with USBD. We work with a large variety of hedge funds to basically facilitate yield on the stables. So yeah, that's us.
Hey guys, I'm Domo. I'm the creator of BRC20. Great to be here. For those that don't know, BRC20 is one of the first fungible-ish standards on Bitcoin using the Ordinals protocol. Yeah, and we've been working on this for 2 years, and we have some exciting updates in the future related to programmability, improving UX through like single-step transfers. Excited to talk primitives and stablecoins. Let's go.
Let's go. Hi, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Olson. Is it better? And I'm head of marketing for Bitcoin at Magic Eden. We're the #1 Bitcoin app for Ordinals and runes. You can onboard to Bitcoin. We're a DEX. You can hold your Ordinals and runes in Magic Eden wallet. And most recently, we are announcing our foray into Bitcoin DeFi with our Spark partnership. So we're really excited about that. And I'll be talking about that more on this panel today. Prior to Magic Eden, I was head of growth for Xverse, where I onboarded over 1 million users to our wallet, brought the wallet to market, brought mobile to market. And yeah, I'm really excited to be here and chat all things Bitcoin DeFi.
So we have a couple of different stablecoin providers and a couple other innovators in the DeFi space and consumer application space on Bitcoin. From all of your perspectives, how important is it to DeFi on Bitcoin that stablecoins exist? And how important is it and why that they are truly Bitcoin backed? And what do you think is the most reasonable implementation for a Bitcoin-backed stablecoin, whether it be a CDP product, a delta neutral strategy like Athena, or some new novel concept that maybe no one has done yet?
I'll take that. It's a couple of different questions, so let's go through them one by one. I think stablecoins, there's no questions that they are a fundamental building block of DeFi and really crypto finance in general. They're one half of basically every transaction in DeFi. So having deep liquidity on stablecoins is fundamentally important to build DeFi on Bitcoin. Now the question is obviously, do we want fiat-backed stablecoins? Do we want Bitcoin-backed stablecoins? What's the difference and why do we want to choose one or the other? Fiat-backed stablecoins have product market fit, they have deep liquidity, they're basically treated as cash today in DeFi and all over crypto. They are, though, tied to the fiat system. And so they come with drawbacks in that we just saw the bond yields on the 10-year rise significantly. And I don't know if you guys remember, like 2 years ago, we had USDC depeg by 10%. That was March 2023. And the reason for that was that Silicon Valley Bank, which was one of their custodians, defaulted essentially on their treasury book. So with yields rising, treasuries are going down, and we might see some problems in the banking system. And so if you hold fiat-backed stablecoins, you essentially are exposed to that system and might suffer losses that you don't really understand or can hedge against. So having a Bitcoin-backed stablecoin allows us to circumvent that risk and hold a stable asset completely outside the fiat system. I think there's a lot of benefit to that. And I think it will become even more important as we see the fiat system unravel and interest rates and bond markets destabilize. And if you want to be in the Bitcoin ecosystem, I think it makes sense to base that all on the same asset and really inherit that security and trust of Bitcoin also in our stable asset. That's our take. That's why we're building. You asked what is the best Bitcoin-backed stablecoin or what's the best design? I think there's really two good ones. The over-collateralized stablecoin design that BMA and others are pioneering is really interesting. Our design is delta neutral. Really, we hedge out the exposure to Bitcoin. That makes it very scalable, and it brings in a yield that is real yield. This is not points. This is not token emissions. This is real yield that other people on the futures markets are paying to be long Bitcoin, and that we can pass into the Bitcoin ecosystem and therefore create not just a stablecoin, but actually a real yield product that can be used throughout all of Bitcoin DeFi, which we think is also very important.
Yeah, a lot to agree there with Jacob. I think one of the most important things that you're seeing with people like Hermetica is that novel design of taking different types of liquid traded assets like Bitcoin and making sure that you hedge out your risk. Any over collateralization is basically teetered out with it's with the profits. You basically make sure that you are stable because of that delta neutral. We believe in a different type of model. We believe in over collateralization. We have a CDP outputting a stable, and you'd be able to deploy it into different strategies. But I also think that it's important to have heuristics and shortcuts to much more liquid fiat stablecoins. You're absolutely correct. The USDC fiasco that happened in March and February of 2023, you're seeing this with SVP. I was there. It was a very tough time. I used to work for an awesome, very bushy eyebrowed guy by the name of Tim Draper before, and 30,000 Bitcoin in his wallet. He was telling his portfolio companies and venture funds have at least 8 months worth of payroll in Bitcoin. It's very important to basically, I think Bitcoin is the ultimate fiat. The more you believe in it, the more it grows relative to other currencies. Just like how you look in the Forex market, the more I believe in the US dollar, the more it relates or grows relative to the yuan or the yen. So I think the model that's there with at least what we're doing is we want people to cheaply borrow. We really think everything in borrowing, right? I mentioned the Morpho Aave example, but why do we need to borrow? I mean, a few days ago, a week ago, we celebrated the anniversary of when someone paid 10,000 Bitcoin to buy 2 pizzas. That's $1 billion. We are celebrating the dumbest decision in history because at the end of the day, that's why we borrow. We want to make short-term liquidity on assets that have long-term upside tomorrow. There's the third Apple co-founder, right? He had around, good chunk of Apple stock, sold it for $800. And then he, didn't make up, $25 billion worth of upsides. The reason why we borrow is to make sure we can have that mobility of stable assets today while maintaining that grasp of value in the future. I'll end this on an example before I pass it off to, our fellow Chelsea fan, Domo, on, why these kinds of CDP models are very important. We knew an Argentinian family office at Draper Associates. They were millionaires 3 times over. Every single time the inflation rate adjusted, they lost their millionaire status. They loved Bitcoin because it was a hedge, just like everyone said it was. But then they saw what happened in El Salvador. They said, oh, look at 21, 22, you hit historical lows. Now we want to, basically not have Bitcoin. How do we get the best of both worlds? That's where a CDP becomes very important. You have that grasp of your assets with the long-term value upside of Bitcoin while making stable dollars today.
I'll tackle the first question on why it's important we bring stablecoins to Bitcoin. This was in context, like prior to BRC20, I really was doing two things. I was leading on-chain data analysis at a large payments company in the US, and I was doing ETH DeFi. I think the reason I bring that up is both are so unbelievably stablecoin centric. Most that haven't dipped their toes in either wouldn't understand. On the payment side, the whole time we wish we could work with Bitcoin, but there was really no way that we could do it at the time because it would enable us to hold Bitcoin overnight on our balance sheet, right? We wanted to use Lightning, we wanted to use state channels, we wanted to use this and that, but we couldn't at the time. And these new stables that are coming to Bitcoin will enable that. And I think, these big payments companies such as this will turn to Jesus and go to where they can go again. And I think Bitcoin will be an obvious choice. On the ETH DeFi side, right, it's another thing where, until very recently, you couldn't swap Bitcoin into stablecoins on layer 1 Bitcoin, when that's been, the core primitive of Ethereum DeFi for many, many years, and is what ultimately kicked off DeFi Summer and the entire ecosystem there. So in short, I think, I don't think people are talking about how big this is. I'm actually more inclined to the payment side than the DeFi, given my background, but I'm just excited for the future.
Yeah, I think one thing that I was just mentioning is that we're just so excited to be partnering with Spark. Spark enabling a whole new scaling solution on Bitcoin that has yet to fully be untapped. Even just when they made their announcement, already Michael Saylor, Jack Dorsey have shown their support, and I think we finally found this protocol where and Bitcoin DeFi and starting to build in this area where this is going to unlock a whole new wave of Bitcoin DeFi support. Not just for Spark alone, but all the different protocols and builders that are currently exploring new opportunities in that area. So I think it's a huge unlock and something that we're super excited about. At Magic Eden, we've been pushing forward as much as possible and really pioneers on the Bitcoin L1 side. I think we've done some really insane technological feats, accomplishments. For example, the sniper solution was huge. We've done a lot on the wallet side as well, but ultimately there are limits. And just like, wanting to have these opportunities with stablecoins, I think on the scaling solution side is also going to be major unlock for DeFi. And so we've been dreaming of this solution that's, both using native Bitcoin, but then also very much within the ethos of Bitcoin, trustless, trust minimized protocol. So when we explored Spark, we were really blown away with this as a scaling solution. And we're currently holding exactly what we're building close to the chest. But I'm, especially as a marketing person, very excited to start talking more about those products as we roll them out in the coming months. I've also been sworn to secrecy on the timeline because we don't want to get people overexcited. It is going to be coming, and we're really excited to unlock this for Bitcoin DeFi.
So Domo, you mentioned that especially in Ethereum for DeFi Summer, stablecoins really acted as the backbone for that entire ecosystem or that financial infrastructure. So will there ultimately be a Bitcoin denominated or Bitcoin backed stablecoin that rivals or achieves scale and issuance and usage like USDC and USDT? And if you do think that, what ultimately needs to happen for that to basically?
Can you repeat that last line? What ultimately what?
What would ultimately need to happen for that to? For that to happen actually?
It'll be tough because a lot of these stable coins have realized the value of coming over to Bitcoin. I think I've heard, there's at least USDT, but there is a number of other names coming in the future. And that just goes to show that these companies if you look at the stablecoin supply over time, it's just up only. And I think they're starting to see the limits of their existing ecosystems on Ethereum, Solana, whatever, activities down and approaching to Bitcoin. I think where The more Bitcoin native teams have a leg up. I'm thinking to my own examples of BRC20s. I think, focusing on what Bitcoiners appreciate. May that be, within the case of BRC20, was free, fair, and open. Stablecoins will have obviously a different thing to bring to the table, but I think that would be useful to keep front of mind when going to an ecosystem. Yeah, that's all I have to say.
Same question.
Your question is, what needs to happen for a Bitcoin-backed stablecoin to reach the same levels? It's a very good question. I mean, fiat-backed stablecoins have the benefit of infinite liquidity behind them. And so you can print a lot of them. They're very integrated with the liquid systems of the fiat world. I think what needs to happen is a thriving Bitcoin DeFi ecosystem that really generates genuine demand for such a Bitcoin-backed stablecoin. And I think we're very early in that, like inning one. So I think that is a maybe 5 to 10 year play out, and we can see it happen. Obviously, I'm building to it. Right? I'm putting all my time and effort towards that vision, but it will be a long stretch to get there. I think that there's obvious benefits that are laid out to having a Bitcoin-backed stablecoin, because it is a stablecoin that is not tied to the fiat system whatsoever, and therefore can live outside of that system even when that system crumbles. And we're all, as Bitcoiners, we all know that that system has basically a shot clock on it, and so we don't want to necessarily hold all of us hold dollars to some degree. And I personally don't want to necessarily hold dollars that have a shot clock on it.
I think we're thinking about it all wrong. I think there's a difference between Ethereum and Bitcoin tremendously, right? And you're looking at different customers, different people, different holders, different mentalities. The whole basis behind Ethereum's DeFi with stablecoins, even with just Ethereum, this is, I guess, the way that, if you want to get into my mind, the way I think, Bitcoin is the better asset, Ethereum is the better infrastructure. Programmability is a very key aspect to scaling these different types of primitives overall across this entire paradigm for DeFi. But I think that in order for BTC Fi to get to the level of Ethereum's DeFi levels, or surpass it, or demolish it, we shouldn't be following the same playbook, right? The playbook is going to only get you so far. Ethereum as an asset was completely premised as something you give up custody. You have to take and engage in smart contract risk to enable basic primitives for private credit, borrowing, lending, payments. Bitcoin's first mass adoption vertical, as outlined by Satoshi, was payments. He wanted people to pay with this. No one, I don't think anybody you talk to is on scale paying with Bitcoin. They are stockpiling Bitcoin because they want to be a dragon on a treasure of gold rather than someone paying Bitcoin with Starbucks. I think after that 10,000 Bitcoin for Papa John's, people were like, I don't never want to use my Bitcoin for these kinds of payments because I don't want to be the next idiot. And I think that payments, you use stables for that entire premise. So I think what is going to be very, very important for the future of BTC5 for stables, it's one word, it's custody. How do you not engage any risk of BTC to make sure you can engage in an ecosystem vibrant with DeFi, as you see with stuff like Arch and you see the TSS architecture. It's a way for people, especially at the institutional scale, which at the end of the day, everyone is trying to cater to an institution. Our average retail is much closer to being a millionaire than they are to the person buying Starbucks. It is a complete premise of how do we be able to allow people with huge bags of Bitcoin to be able to enter an ecosystem like this in the first place, but at the same time, not have any risk on them. And the unfortunate answer is that the protocol needs to take risk. The fortunate answer is that risk can be meted out. So I really think that it's apples and oranges. Ethereum DeFi, you can make juice out of both, right? But they have different flavors. And I think that's exactly what I see with Ethereum DeFi and Bitcoin DeFi. The one word that's going to change everything is custody. And I think you figure that out, you win.
Sorry to interrupt. I just thought of something when you said that, like something I spent a lot of time thinking about, and somewhat frustrating to me in the industry, is the lack of composability and interoperability within the different systems and standards, apps, whatnot. However, in this case, if you think about a Bitcoin-backed stable, that is almost favorable to your cause, I would think, because in many other ecosystems, because of the composability, the tethers, the circles can come in and just, push you out of the way. But if you create a system that creates the right trust assumptions, the right upside, within it, it's not necessarily possible for these systems, these bigger companies to come out. So I think, that would be something I would be thinking about as well.
So, hello. There we go. Yes. Okay. Got it. We'll segue that onto the DeFi primitive sides, which I think Elizabeth is better suited to answer because you're more on the consumer product side. Magic Eden probably accounts for the majority of DeFi activity on Bitcoin today, as well as ordinal volume. And you also shared maybe that there are other concepts that may be in the works. So, what DeFi primitives or use cases should exist on Bitcoin that isn't here today? And if you were starting out with product development, where would you begin?
Yeah, I mean, of course, stablecoins I think is unanimously the biggest one that we can all agree needs to be built out further. But of course, there's a lot of improvements that we can make on the DeFi side, even for runes as well. We're still seeing and fleshing out, what exactly we can do to, make runes easier and more accessible for everyone and more fungible. And also, even other protocols that might be an even better solution longer term for as fungibles on Bitcoin. It's something that can be much more composable, something like an AMM. That is ultimately, again, honoring the ethos of Bitcoin and being able to leverage native Bitcoin itself too. So I think this is always our mission. Ultimately, we're looking to expand and improve the user experience at Magic Eden, and this is something that we'll continue to push forward. I can't speak again to exactly what else we'll be building out on Spark, but that's something that we're super excited about for sure.
Domo, same question. Anything you share about BRC-20 2.0 or the programmability module?
Yeah, I think, we're only scratching the surface when it comes to primitives. The only, main ones I think that are live today from this sense are the different meta protocols on the space, maybe Babylon from a staking perspective, and then soon to be, if you count this BitVM and into these L2s and obviously Lightning. With BRC-20, we're trying to create a primitive in itself with being this programmability layer where you can host all sorts of different apps similar to it's on EVM. So you can imagine, the Uniswaps of the world, the Aves of the world, if there's an Oracle, like just general staking apps. So hopefully others can build these primitives themselves. And then my hope is that they can be interoperable with other systems, with Arch, maybe with Spark, like this kind of thing. Because I think, the one thing that's really, really holding us back, even though I just said the opposite in the case of the stablecoins just then, is the lack of interoperability. If someone can build some sort of primitive that connects all these systems together, we can stop fighting, bickering, and be on the same team. So looking forward to that.
Go.
And just on that note, in terms of interoperability, I did want to mention also some exciting things about Slingshot as well. I assume we're wrapping up soon. I just wanted to mention that we did recently acquire Slingshot, and one of the reasons we're so excited about that is because ultimately, as we seek to expand the pie of users on Bitcoin and ultimately other chains and improve interoperability, the user experience on Slingshot is basically chainless. Like you onboard, you're not even thinking about a chain. You're onboarding with any fiat currency into USDC and swapping into any token. And soon we're going to be unlocking that for Bitcoin and runes as well. So for the first time, people are going to be buying runes with Apple Pay, with their credit cards, with PayPal, whatever it is they want to onboard with. So it's really this, ultimately we want to get to a place where people aren't thinking about the chains. They're just able to swap and able to have this very fast, clean experience. And I think that's something that Slingshot is offering and that we're super excited to check out. So if you haven't checked out Slingshot yet, it's a good one.
Awesome. Okay, we get one more question. Time for more question. I invite you guys to give a spicy take about this in particular, but a number of you mentioned that Ethereum has really just been known for more programmability, more innovation. Obviously, not as much so on Bitcoin. So as we look to scale DeFi and Bitcoin, whether it's stablecoins and other primitives, what can we do to avoid mistakes that Ethereum has made, whether that be more fragmented liquidity, maybe, or these incentive bubbles? Your choice.
Build on Arch. That's what you want me to say, right? I got the shell out. Perfect. I think if you're going to, follow those different playbooks, I think you definitely need to cater towards a wide variety. I think Arch is phenomenal. I think what you're building is going to be a very important sort of stalwart for UTXO models and making it compatible within the Bitcoin realm. I think the failings of Ethereum's DeFi realm is that they went too far into DeFi and they can't get their head out. I think you need to have the perfect balance. So we're very CDFI, as I'm sure as Hermetica is as well. I think the entire focus there is that you need to have the best of both worlds. DeFi is at 100 billion. The rest of the world is at hundreds of trillions, right? And I think you still need to find a way to be able to tap into cash. And I think the payment on ramps, or if it's exchange coordination or market maker, I think you can't just put your focus, everything, into DeFi. You need to have the best of both worlds, which is exactly what a Bitcoin stablecoin is. It's the best of both worlds.
Yeah, as much as we like to shit on Ethereum, I think that Ethereum has done a lot of things right. There's a lot of innovation. There's a lot of really smart builders. There's really cool technologies being built. What I would say my hot take is, and what we can do differently or better, is maybe think about the long term more than the short term. Because really, if you build a financial system that's going to be on the most secure base layer for the next hundreds of years, we need to think about how do we build that gradually with longevity in mind. And DeFi in general, especially in the early days, I was part of it, was very short-term minded, very incentive-based, and a lot of token pump and dumps. And I think we can do better. And that would be my hot take.
Yeah, also on the Ethereum note, we have many L2s now, students come to market. A lot are using BitVM as part of their marketing strategy. Maybe my hot take is, unless we focus more, on Bitcoin DeFi and make dramatic advancements in the next couple of months, Ethereum might be the one that stands the most to gain from BitVM, from the ability to use Bitcoin on Ethereum and existing, protocols. I don't necessarily want that to happen, but you're asking for spicy takes. So, things like Arch, things like the programmable module, things like hopefully with Spark in your DeFi solution, I think, could rival that. But as the status quo, if nothing changes, I think Ethereum will benefit the most from BitVM bridges.
Another question.
Sure. Yeah.
Do you remember it?
No, I didn't hear it.
Okay. So it was, what can we do differently that maybe Ethereum screwed up as we think about scaling Bitcoin DeFi?
I feel like this is not my area of specialty, to be honest. I came on as a Bitcoin. I'm such a Bitcoin purist at this point, so it's hard to say.
What do you think is, I guess this is just a question for you here. What do you think is most different, vibe, culture, whatever, at these conferences between the Bitcoin space and Ethereum, like other more Ethereum aligned conferences?
Yeah. Or I could even answer even just between Bitcoin ordinals and runes culture versus the traditional Bitcoin culture. It was interesting. I was actually just at the women's, Natalie Brunell's women's brunch yesterday, and I was looking around. There was 1,000 women at this brunch, and I didn't recognize hardly anyone. And I went in there with Nicole Benham. She was one of the original big media Web3 people in this space with Farouk. and also Lauren Siekman. And she's making a really cool documentary on Bitcoin right now. Anyway, so I went in with them, so I knew them, but otherwise I was looking around, I realized, wow, like who are these people? And it's really just like, it's completely different culture. It's like people who are really seeing Bitcoin purely through this like financial institutional lens. And I realized what a special community that we have here on Bitcoin, you know, in the Ordinals and Runes space, you know, people who are building and pushing waves forward with DeFi, with the L2s. It is really, really special what we've created here and fun. And I mean, look, we're in this beautiful venue surrounded by this immersive art. And we have so many incredible communities. They've brought the fun back to Bitcoin. It brought degeneracy and brought, you know, a lot of cultures from other chains. I think it's a lot of us come from other chains that have gotten and understood what NFTs and fungibles are in terms of, you know, Ethereum and Solana. A lot of people came over from Solana. So I think it's thanks to Ordinals and Runes and BRC20 and all these different L2s. Like it's thanks to, well, really these protocols in the first place that these L2s are launching. They're seeing the pain points that we've bumped into in the first place on the L1. The L1 can only go so far, and it's created this flywheel effect of, you know, now we need investors, now we need more builders and technologists and creators and artists and you know, event planners and people who are really starting to build and create this community. So it's a really incredible effect that that we're growing. People can't deny the community that we have at this point. And I was so happy to see, even at our BitGala event on Monday, so many maxis start to come in. And that was one of the main goals of this event that we had, was how can we expand the pie here? How can we, you know, bring in new faces and start to, you know, rub shoulders with more institutional connections and, you know, bring them over to the Ordinals and Rune side as well. So have more and more cross-pollination. And I think over the years, we can probably all see, like, there's been a lot of breakdown of these, the gap between the maximalists and those who want to have fun on Bitcoin. And, you know, we're seeing, you know, some interesting waves being met on with OpCat as well, and a lot of really interesting discussions. So I just hope to see this continued direction that we're all taking together, and that those little barriers and you know, gaps and expectations and opinions are going to be closed little by little.
Thank you for that answer. That'll do it for this panel, everyone. Thank you to the panelists, these innovators and forward thinkers for the Bitcoin space. Thank you for being a part of the event. And thank you, everyone, for sticking around with us. It's been a lot of fun. Hope you enjoyed it. Nick, did you want to say any closing remarks? Nick? Yeah, wrap it up. All right, good. We're good. Yeah. You guys can leave.
Thank you.
Yeah, you want to wrap it up? Cool.
Awesome. Hey, everyone. It has been an amazing day with you all. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for supporting Bitcoin. Thank you for supporting Arch. We are going on mainnet in the next few months, so watch out for that. And soon we'll have more ways to earn with your Bitcoin and do fun stuff. And so thank you again for being part of this. We really appreciate it. And please stay in touch. Reach out. Can't wait to see all of you.
You're on mute there, buddy.
Yep, did the whole mute trick. But absolutely amazing show. You know, this is really 4 hours and 2 minutes. We hit the 4 hour mark. Yeah, my final takeaway is I'm bullish on Arch. I'm bullish on these builders. I'm bullish on the Bitcoin ecosystem right now. A lot of amazing people here, and yeah, and Domo is not what I pictured as well. So that's another thing.
He definitely does look a little different, and I've seen him with his typical handkerchief or whatever he covers his face with. But he looked, I don't know, maybe it was the way he was sitting or something. But yeah, I agree. I think that this was a really cool, informative, educational conference that they threw, the BTC All In Summit. That is a side conference of the Bitcoin conference there in Vegas, right? So a lot of stuff happening at that event, that main event, and today was really insightful. And I think there's a lot of people bullish on what's coming with Arch, especially that investor panel, man. Like you had DPI, which is full in on Arch and the builders there. So we're talking millions of dollars invested into multiple builders for their ecosystem.
Yeah, man, 100%. But that's our show, guys. 3,440 people attended this today. Absolutely amazing. Thank you to everyone. And we are Shizzy and Yagobi from OnChain Revolution. If you guys want to check us out, we are live Monday to Friday, 11 a.m. Eastern time. Just giving you guys a heads up. We do an amazing show. So check us out over there, guys. But besides that, I think that's everything, right?
Yep, that will wrap it up. So we will check you guys out, like he said, Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. Eastern, OnChain Revolution, YouTube, and X. And make sure you're following Arch Network and 4DeFi as well. And that is a wrap. And until tomorrow, I'll say it to myself, peace.